Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Dear colleagues, distinguished guests, welcome to this Estonian Wind Energy Conference 2023 here in Mektori, Tallinn, but also behind the screens if you're watching us all over the world. Are you happy enough to be here together? Good, thank you. Then we can go on with this day, and definitely we have very tight schedule. We have many interesting presentations, many interesting specialists on their fields, and definitely you get a lot of good information, but I hope also good emotions from today. My name is Eero Raun, and I'm the moderator today. What can I say? The wind means freedom. If you are old enough to remember these times when the Baltic states were part of Soviet Union, then perhaps you understand these emotions which we had when we were standing on the coast of the sea and feeling how the wind is blowing over the sea, seeing how the birds are flying over the sea, and seeing behind the horizon were free countries. But we, people, were not free to go. So that's why the wind means freedom. Definitely, this freedom means also responsibility and risks. If you remember April 1986, then the Swedish farmers had to give up for the crop of the year because of these winds which came from far away from Chernobyl. So that's risks. But nowadays, definitely, wind means freedom always. Because if you are strong enough and skillful enough to use as much wind power as possible, then you have much more freedom for your economy. This is the second wind energy conference, and that is just within one day. Thereby, this conference is 2 times shorter than the previous one, but we have today also 2 times more people. And I do not know yet how many people we have watching us behind the screen. 1 year ago, we had conference for 2 days and 100 people. You see how many we have now. And 1 year ago, definitely, we did not have such kind of world around us, the war, not far from here. And that's why we can say that this year has changed a lot, also in terms of energy policy. The way we talk about energy and how we evaluate the resources of energy. Today we have the aim to answer some questions. First, can economy and Estonia achieve the 2030 climate goals and ensure energy security? And second, at what stage are our onshore and offshore wind farms? And what is the latest technology? Therefore, we move from very essential principles to the topics of innovation and new scientific achievements. Our conference is visible for the audience, as I told, all over the world, and you may also share your thoughts and ask the questions from performance. I can see them from my tab, and you just use your online environment at the website worksup.com, and there is event ID, which is WIND 2023. Write there down, and then you can see the agenda, and also you can write down your thoughts and questions. And definitely we have also expo area here in Mektori with the companies like Inspirators, Vestas, Enefit Green, 3D Wind Service and Soltjärv Schmid Laboratories, Engineering Bureau Tiger, and the Nordic Investment Bank. So Estonian Wind Power Association would like to thank also its good partners for fruitful cooperation in arranging the conference. The Embassy of the Netherlands, Sumitomo Corporation and the Embassy of Japan, Tallinn University of Technology, or TalTech, and RWE. But now I have the honor to give the floor to Aavo Kärmas, Chairman of the Board of the Estonian Wind Power Association and CEO at Enefit Green. Aavo, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Dear ambassadors, dear ladies and gentlemen here in TalTech, but also behind the screen. So it is my pleasure to welcome you all in our second wind conference here in Estonia, and I'm really happy to see that so many people have signed up for this conference. So it certainly is a sign about prosperous future for a wind industry in Estonia. So let's just kick it off. I mean, what a year it was, 2022. I mean, we were all witnesses of extremely high power prices. We all know the reasons behind that. It was an unfortunate war in Ukraine, but also high prices for gas and so on and so forth. So, but it was not only an issue or a problem for Estonian consumers. It was everywhere around the Baltic Sea, but also in whole Europe. And one of the reasons certainly was that there is not enough capacity of renewable power generation in total Europe, also including wind. But high power prices, for instance, only for Estonian consumers meant that Estonians paid more than 800 million euros for electricity than a year ago. So this is a normal situation, let's admit. And now the question is, how shall we move forward? So I'm really happy to see that the Estonian government has set up very ambitious goals for 2030, so that all the consumed energy or electricity should come from renewables. So if one would ask that, is it possible at all? Me as an optimist, I say that yes, of course, this is possible. One could think that it's 7 years, it's far away, but we all know in our industry that 7 years, it's actually tomorrow. So that in order to reach the 2030 goal, we now have to start moving together. I'm not talking here only on behalf of industry or on behalf of wind companies. I'm talking here moving together or cooperation in whole society. Politicians, local governments, ministries, communities, industries, so on and so forth. So that the 2030 goal is our common goal, and that we have to admit. And it is based only on mutual understanding and our cooperation. When I come to a political level, so it's really great that the politicians have set up such an ambitious goal, but at the same time, it also needs a good coordination. So in order to move fast, also in a political level, needs a centralized approach, so that one arm knows what the other arm is doing in order to move faster. We all know what I'm talking here about. And the wind industry, or a wind both onshore and offshore, we know that is very suitable for Estonia, taking into account our climate, our scattered population. We have a lot of sea in Estonia, and we all know that wind is the most competitive source of renewables or power generation in this part of the world, both onshore and offshore. And when I come to an offshore wind, which is certainly a future for Estonia, and in order to reach the 2030 goals, we need to increase our renewable power generation almost 4 times compared to now, where we are today. So by 2030, they expect that the total consumption of Estonia will be 9.5 terawatt hours. And then last year, we produced 2.7 terawatt hours from renewables. And in order to achieve that, we cannot manage without the offshore. But people usually don't understand what offshore really means. And that's natural, because we don't have any operational offshore wind farms in Estonia. We don't have a knowledge how to build offshore wind farms. So we certainly need to do it together with our good partners from different countries who have a knowledge how to develop offshore wind farms. But the thing is that I'm sorry to say, I mean, I see many of the good partners here in the audience as well, but that this is my kind of assumption that foreign investors don't have a specific only interest to develop offshore wind here in Estonia. I think that foreign investors have a whole global map in front of them. They have a lot of chances to develop offshore. They are comparing and they are very selective where to invest. And in order to attract the foreign investors in Estonia, we need a long-term plan. We need a really long-term plan, very visible plan, with very specific actions which will be taken in coming years in order to really have first offshore wind farms operational by 2030. And the long-term plan should also include things like grid development, revenue security mechanism, how to shorten the time for planning, so on and so forth. I'm really glad to see that first step have been already made, but I would urge our politicians also now to step out and then say it loudly out what will be done in order to attract also foreign investors to Estonia, because here we're talking about not only a wind industry, we're saying that offshore has a kind of a general more impact on the total economy as well. So that this is not only about us and our common interest. And I'm really happy to see that Estonian Wind Association, the number of members have grown significantly over last 2 years. We have now more or about 30 members in our association, and it has been really a good sign how to cooperate. I was talking about the cooperation before. So we see that in every day in our association, in our work groups, competitors are sitting together and trying to find a common solution in order to promote a wind industry in Estonia. And I'm really happy to say that the Estonian Wind Association has been a part of the discussions in Estonia when it comes to local benefits, when it comes to how to build an education system in Estonia in a way that we also have a necessary engineers and necessary people in place when it really comes to that. In one good day we start to build the wind farms, so on and so forth. So I would like to thank you all our members for their contribution so far, wishing you good luck. And let me just conclude with that I wish you all a nice, productive day. Take this opportunity to meet each other, because it's very rare when you have so many people from industry in one spot together. So take out everything good out of that. And last but not least, of course, I would like to thank you all the organizers for organizing this great event, and special thanks to Terje, who has been leading all that. So once again, thank you, and have a nice day.
Thank you, Avo. You always bring a good mood with you. Japanese and also global company Sumitomo Corporation is the member of association since last year. We are very glad to have them with us, bringing their knowledge and also culture to this Nordic country like Estonia. Sumitomo takes care also for the refreshment break in the afternoon. So we had the honor to ask His Excellency Ambassador Matsumura to give the inaugural greeting on behalf of Embassy of Japan in Estonia. Ambassador.
Thank you. Mr. Karmas, Excellencies, and ladies and gentlemen, tere päevast, tänan teid südamest quid esto. It is my great honor to have the opportunity to make a remark at this conference. As a part of the broader theme of the green transformation, more than 140 countries and regions around the world, including Japan and Estonia, are currently working towards the carbon neutrality by 2050. In May last year, the European Commission presented its Repower EU plan. It aims to significantly reduce the dependence on fossil fuel and accelerate the transition to renewable energy to reach at least 45% renewable energy and 1,236 gigawatts of total generation capacity by 2030. There are high expectations for wind power to help achieve this goal. The REPower EU has set a target of 480 gigawatts of wind power installed by 2030. I recognize that Estonia has accelerated its transition to renewable electricity with the aim of producing all electricity consumed in Estonia from renewable sources by 2030. Let me quickly touch on the situation in Japan. In Japan, in October 2020, the Prime Minister declared its aim to achieve carbon neutral by 2050, and in the revised Basic Energy Plan, published a year later, that referred to an increase in the share of renewable energy in the energy mix, which currently deeply relies on fossil fuels. In concrete, the share of fossil fuels in Japan's energy mix was 71% in 2021, and the target is to reduce this by 30% to about 40% by 2030. On the other hand, the share of renewable energies was 10% in 2010, and 10 years later rose to 22% in 2021, and we hope to raise it to the maximum of about 40% in 2030. So the renewable energy in Japan has been introduced mainly through the onshore solar and onshore wind power. However, offshore wind power looks promising in the future. Japan is mountainous with limited land suitable for large-scale facilities, which might have large impact on the surrounding environment. On the other hand, the sea is free of obstacles and has stable, strong winds, and therefore offshore wind power has great potential for Japan, surrounded by sea. So the Japanese government has decided to continue designating areas for offshore wind power at around 1 gigawatt per year for 10 years, aiming to 10 gigawatts by 2030, and 3 to 45 gigawatts by 2040, as have been witnessed with several projects already underway. And the Japanese offshore wind power industry has just begun to take off. It lags behind Europe. The major Japanese companies have been participating, however, in offshore wind power projects in the UK, Belgium, the Netherlands, Germany, and other European countries since the early 2010s. Sumitomo Corporation, a member of Estonian Wind Power Association, and participant in this conference is one such company with ample experience and knowledge that through its proactive involvement in onshore and offshore wind power generation, from the development phase to the operation phase. So as you can easily imagine, the stable financial resources as well as management and operational capabilities are required for the construction and operation of a huge wind turbine complex to ensure the project's successful implementation. The Embassy of Japan in Estonia would like to support these efforts from the perspective of strengthening business relations between Japan and Estonia. Unlike Europe, the waters around Japan are steep and deep, so floating offshore wind turbines are likely to become the mainstay of power generation in the future. we would also like to work with European companies to develop and demonstrate the technology for floating wind turbines. And last but not least, there is no doubt that the expansion of renewable energy will be a core element in achieving carbon neutrality. I'd like to conclude my remarks, therefore, by wishing for great progress in wind power generation in Estonia. Thank you. Tadan Teido Baga.
Thank you, Your Excellency. The Netherlands have given a highly valuable contribution to Estonia in its way to become a real wind power country. Dutch colleagues are like mentors or even sometimes like elder brothers with more experience for us. And that Ambassador Özlem Kanel and the staff of the embassy have given us a kind and strong support. The Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Yes, good morning. From the land of the windmills, what else can I say? It's great seeing so many familiar faces here, but it's even better that I see many new faces. I think the days of struggling to fill a room to discuss wind energy are well and truly over. And that is fantastic to see. The room is packed and even more people are watching us here online. I want to start off by, of course, thanking our partners for the wonderful cooperation over the years. My sincere thanks to the Estonian Wind Power Association, in particular the wonderful Terje Talv, who has been working with us on this issue for so long. And of course, Taltech for hosting us here, RWE and our Japanese partners for sponsoring. As with any other energy production, of course, wind energy also has side effects. But even then, it is still the most efficient and the most sustainable way. But it is important to find a good balance between reliability, affordability, and sustainability. In that, maybe the Netherlands can also serve as an example, as you say. Although we see ourselves as a big brother? I think we are equal partners, let's say it that way. So a few words about my country, the Netherlands. Our ambition is to triple the production and produce 21 gigawatt of offshore wind electricity by 2030. This means that in each of the coming 7 years, we have to produce at least 3 gigawatts of offshore wind electricity. And this also means that by 2030, 75% of our current electricity consumption in the Netherlands will originate from the North Sea. So these are quite big ambitions. And in terms of ambition, Netherlands and Estonia are actually quite similar. And when you look to the per capita ambition, Estonia is even more ambitious than us in the Netherlands. And we are more than willing and able to help. Where are our strong points as the Netherlands? We are very good in the supply chain. This comes from decades of supporting the maritime and oil and gas industries. We play a strong role in the offshore wind farm life cycle, in particular transport and installation. To meet these very ambitious targets, what I find also very important, and I keep saying at every conference that I go to, is cross-border cooperation. We really need much more of this because no one of us can do this on our own. We need governments, we need private sector, and the options and opportunities are big. So we need everybody on board. But for the close cooperation on cross-border, cross-border cooperation. I mean, in particular, things like marine spatial planning, grid infra development, but last but not least, also good permitting and PPA, which is power purchase agreements. I am very proud to have two excellent Netherlands experts here, David de Jager from GROW, and of course the wonderful Edwin van der Brug from Van Oort and Sare Wind Energy, who we have also been working with and who has a great investment here in Estonia for offshore wind. Finally, I want to highlight two upcoming things that we as an embassy are working on in the foreseeable future. I'm happy to announce that on 18th and 19th of April, there is an incoming trade mission from the Dutch offshore wind sector to Estonia. They were here last year as well. And in the same spirit, we intend to have a study tour of Estonian and other Baltic organizations to the Netherlands in May. If any of you is interested to hear more about these initiatives of our embassy, please contact Kadri Pedas, my wonderful colleague. If you would like to stand up, Kadri, so people know who you are, this is Kadri. So if you're interested in those things or any other thing for that matter, please, or of course you can contact me as well. On this note, I wish you an exciting and also a very eye-opening conference. I look forward to seeing all of you at the reception at the end of this conference, and thank you so much for your time. Thanks.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Now let's go on and let's have a talk about Estonia's current situation. And during that first presentation, you already can also use the worksup.com and write down your questions, write down your comments, and we can use them. So, first company, Saare Wind Energy, is an Estonian company developing the offshore wind farm southwest of our largest island, Saaremaa. The aim is to build an offshore wind farm with up to 100 wind turbines, am I right? And a grid connection system as well. And Guido Kartau, board member of Saare Wind Energy, will make the presentation. Guido, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Honorable ambassadors, good friends of wind energy. Good morning. As said, my name is Guido Kartau, and I'm from Saare Wind Energy, and the title of my presentation is Progress Report. So there has been many conferences and seminars during last some years. So many slides are same as previously, but some new also. So this is progress report, what's happened last half year. So this is the device to go on. Yeah, Saare Wind Energy, we are in the west side of Saaremaa, and which is east side of Baltic Sea, and the location is absolutely logical from Estonian point of view and also wider point of view. If we see North Sea and Baltic Sea, so we are consuming the wind which is coming mainly from west, and we use it in the moment when it's blowing here, not anymore in the North Sea, for example. In Estonia, all those megatrends which are active everywhere else are also here. And we started this project 2015, and then it was still question, should we need offshore wind? Should we need wind at all? Now we don't have this question. Yeah, we need offshore wind. We also know where we need it, where we will develop wind parks. Maybe the question is now how exactly to do that. And that's the progress report, how we move on. And of course, all this Green Deal and energy security, every kind of security. And energy is unfortunately one of the new kind of tool used in war situation also. As a first presentation about projects, I use some moment for just remembering something everybody knows. But yeah, where we will produce electricity offshore, it's decided by Marine Spatial Plan. It's shown the areas. There is also 2 areas in Gulf of Riga which is masked because it's from Estonian Marine Spatial Plan website, but Pärnu area has different planning, and so we have some more areas. And Saare Wind Energy is using just part of this area. We would like to build an offshore wind farm 200 square kilometer from 1,200 square kilometer from west of Saaremaa. So we are just focusing in one project, and that's our ambition. So we are not going to everywhere. And some facts which were already mentioned, but yeah, we are aiming up to 100 turbines and up to 1.4 giga. And annual production will be around 6 terawatt hours. No commas because it's still quite roughly. And those numbers are coming, just some background that this 100 turbines comes from application made in 2015. And in that time we asked for 600 mega, but the technology has changed, so now it's 1.4 giga. And that's something maybe problematic in permitting process that technology is changing, but you can't go very much back in your applications and change the numbers. So that's why sometimes some applications are also, I have seen almost 300 turbines and things like that, which seems a bit too ambitious, but you know who I am. I'm just developing one park. And what we are aiming in technology and turbine, about turbines, in general we have 2-3 turbines available to use in offshore. So the selection is not very wide. And I'm very happy that we have Vestas and Siemens Gamesa already also here today. So that's why GE is a little bit lower in the slide. But that's not the only reason, of course, as you know. But why I'm showing this slide, Saare Wind Energy is applying for turbines in permitting. We're saying that the rotor diameter is maybe 250 to 280 meters rotor diameter. So the top height is not more than 310. And I think if we really want to move fast and be ready before 2030, then it's not so smart to tell that maybe we will have turbines with rotor diameter 400 meters. In my simple understanding, it's not happening in 3 years. Maybe I'm wrong, but I heard somebody say something like that also. So, and why is it important? It's important in permitting process and speaking with local with people who will live in close to offshore wind farms, not to give too wrong information. People in Saaremaa, some of them are telling that there will be 500 turbines with size of 400 meters diameter, and the top height is 500 meters. So it's wrong message. We are not so big, and so the problems, if they are problems, are also not so big. That's why some pictures about the turbines. Saare Wind Energy and the next presentations also, we are kind of first round of projects or first wave of projects. But even we all are still in maybe not early development phase, but quite early development phase. We started 2015, and we are progressing very well. But we still are in the location that we hope to get superficial license by the end of this year. And it's still optimistic a little bit, but realistic. Which means that first electricity can come into grid before 2030. Some years ago, I semi-promised 1st January of 28. Now I'm little bit, maybe not 1st January, but bit later and maybe not full capacity in from very first second. Which means that, really, as Aavo also said, it takes some time and we must make decisions today and fast to get electricity. And we started as a Veiko and Guido. One hour joined the company 2020. Now we are in 2023. And we don't have yet the operator and energy company. Not all finance is not ready. And not all shareholders are shareholders setup is not set yet. Maybe operator and the next partner is in this room. I don't know yet, but there are a lot of potential. We'll see. As said, one partner is Van Oord of Saare Wind Energy. And why is it important? It's important because we have really the real know-how. As it was mentioned, Dutch experience is kind of, I also feel that you teach us very much. If somebody thinks that I know something about offshore wind, it's only because of Edwin, Holger, and Victor. Thank you. And the real know-how is important to speak with local people, with municipalities, with authorities, to raise the understanding what's possible, what's not. Flying turbines is not there. Floating is on the way, but bottom fix is actually what we need to get electricity before 2030. So that's why real experience is important. And how we are progressing? During last 2 years, we made all the AEA surveys which is necessary in offshore and onshore. So we made bathymetry, geophysics, sonar studies, and in our case, we, for example, made, because offshore drilling is quite expensive, and we have similar geology onshore, so we made the drilling onshore to get some knowledge. It's not exactly suitable, but helping a lot. And people from Steiger are in the picture, and they have stand, and they are in the room. If you need somebody to drill boreholes, I can recommend them. And our Dutch colleagues said also that the quality is excellent. Seals, birds, fish, bat expert is checking the device offshore. And just to say that it's important to make it safely. Safety is quite important, and I'm glad that we had not any accident during the surveys, because the scientists maybe don't know exactly how to do things. Ivar and Mart, of course, knows, but maybe not all other experts. So safety during surveys also, and bird studies. And in general, as a conclusion, of course, I was environmental impact assessment expert for 20 years, but now I'm developer, so I can't say, I will not assess the possible impact, but the area is quite conflict-free in environmental point of view. Very few birds, no seals, and no seals because no fish. You know, seals are not the stupid one. They go where the good restaurants are, not empty sea. So we don't have any major problem in that sense, which is good, of course. And this is about kind of not very open information, but I still decided to put it on the screen. It's the geophysics information, and I little bit modified, so it's you can't use it in GIS exactly. But and we have a problem we have kind of two valleys. We have limestone plateau, but we have two kind of valleys which are deeper and filled with sediments, which are not suitable for offshore locations. So that's why we must extend area, for example, to still have enough territory for offshore wind farm, because you need at least 1 giga of size to realize it. You can't do 100 megawatt offshore wind farm. So the geology is something you must consider as a fact. You can't agree with geology in the room or somewhere in the meeting. It is like it is. And and flying foundations are not available yet. The message is that in permitting process, it's a lot of discussion with authorities to describe why something is possible and why something is not possible. We are not asking extension because we like it. We need it, and we all together need it to make it happen. And those are the facts why it's so. Other big topic is greed. Saaremaa offshore wind farm can be ready before 2030. Looks absolutely possible. But it's no sense to build it if there is no greed. Also quite logical. So we are working very hard to develop the grid from Lihula substation to West Saaremaa. And the cheapest, not for developing only, but to make electricity cheaper is of course overhead line as much as possible on the land, not in offshore. So we are working hard to prepare overhead line, and how we do it. Maybe 1 year ago we made applications for state special planning, which lasts 6 years. But 6 years for planning is not a fast progress. It's quite slow actually. And the problem was that it has never succeeded, this kind of planning. So the proposal was to use a tool which was never used successfully so far. So it's quite risky. So we try to put this overhead line solution into the master plan of Saaremaa and Lääneranna municipality, and in Muhu it's even easier. And for that we established a technical working group led by Saaremaa municipality and members of other municipalities, Elering, AI experts and developers also. And now we hope that after the ministry and government has asked Elering to take initiative, that the initiative will be more in Elering, which is the most logical leading partner for such projects. And right now we are looking for technical solutions, not so much legal background. And I think we are progressing quite well. And let's hope that the grid is also ready in the same time with first offshore wind farm. And of course, the overhead line can serve several offshore wind farms, not only Saare Wind Energy. And last slide is about local cooperation. In Saare Wind Energy, we said in the first meeting in Saaremaa years ago that we try to do it in the way that this is the most beneficial win-win for Saaremaa, for people of Saaremaa, for saarlastele. And by different ways to minimize the NIMBY, not in my backyard, and try to find possibilities to go to the YIMBY, yes, in my backyard. And I'm very glad that we actually have a lot of YIMBY in Saaremaa already. I know 5-10 people who are strong in NIMBY. I will not mention the names, but I know them personally, and I say hello to them if I meet them, of course. But I don't know all the names of the YIMBY because they are much more, and memory and things like that. during this, it takes time, all these processes. During this some last years, we were looking what are the solutions for Saaremaa for win-win really, because you can't just propose something as a developer. It must be suitable for the society. And I think most important is operational maintenance. During operation, 25-30 years, 100 plus direct jobs, 200 indirect jobs. In our case, they can live in Saaremaa, go to the work in the morning, coming back in the evening, go to kindergarten, go to the shop. So this is kind of dream, but I think it's possible. So operation maintenance from Saaremaa. Second one is overhead line. Some people say it's ugly, but many people saying that we need overhead line because we need a strong backbone, 330 kilovolt. Because if you have backbone, then you may have 110, and then you have 35 kilovolt, and then you have finally 220 volts in your socket. In last December, the longest time was 10 days, I think, some households were without electricity in Saaremaa. So even this accident was good for Saaremaa Energy, some way. Sorry to say that. And third one, education and innovation. We try to start technicians training in Saaremaa professional school. Neemerand will tell later about that. And we have college in Saaremaa about blue economy and marine and shipbuilding. So this is the excellent place to bring together jobs, science, innovation, and all these things. And Saaremaa has been maritime country last 5,000 years at least. So it's offshore wind is new energy to develop it even more and more. And of course, we have some ideas about neighbors in coastal line, but as I have 12 seconds to go, I finish here. Thank you.
Thank you, Guido. Do we have one fast question? Terje is ready to help you with the microphone. Not yet, afterwards. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, our next company is Enefit Green, which is a subsidiary of Estonian state energy company established in 2016 to consolidate all of Eesti Energia's renewable energy production units into a single company. And the company shares are listed on the Nasdaq Tallinn Stock Exchange. And Lauri Ulm, head of wind developments at Enefit Green, is ready to tell you about it.
So, good morning for everyone from my side as well. I'm really good to see ambassadors, partners, friends, everyone. So, let's start with a short video. This is Paldiski Harbor, not far from here. This is reality. We can dream of everything and dream of the future, but even nowadays and these days we are right now constructing a wind park in Estonia already. So, these are Vestas turbines, Vestas blades being lifted off from the ship, which is there. And it's really good to see and interesting for me as well, because for a long time in Estonia we have not built any bigger wind parks. To see how those magnificent big turbines are moving from city centers to the east side where we will erect them. So these are only 5 turbines, but at least this is a sign that now the long period of not having any wind parks in Estonia hopefully is over. For me, wind turbines are really attractive. I like to see them. It's Winter Wonderland from Lithuania, also one of our projects, Silale 2, where we have GE turbines. So we have many partners, and that's a good thing. And right now, Enefit Green, I know that we are speaking a lot of offshore, but right now we are building onshore quite a lot. So 6 wind parks are under construction for Enefit Green, 546 megawatts. And also a few solar parks, 50 megawatts. We are active in from Finland to Poland. So it's kind of big region to cover. And we will continue to grow. So this is our promise for this year, that we will do investment decisions for our 2 Lithuanian projects, Kelmė 2 and 3, 240 megawatts. We will do FIDs for final investment decisions, so start of construction for 211 megawatts of solar parks. So after those decisions, we will reach 1.5 gigawatts of projects under construction. By 26, we want to operate 1.9 gigawatts of renewable assets. So we are in steady growing pace, and I'm really happy to be part of it. But that's not all. As offshore is something which we see is needed in the future, then we have in our portfolio 2 offshore projects as well. So one of them is Hiiu project, and the other one is Liivi project. And of course, onshore, because onshore we can do right away. Onshore we can already construct, and hopefully in a couple of years we can start the construction of offshore. So this is one of the biggest projects in Estonia, 38 turbines. I have personally developed it since 2012, so it is really close to me as well. And now, just recently in December, we made the final investment decision to start to construct it. And in addition to the wind turbines, 10 years ago, we were not even thinking about adding the solar park there. But the technology has changed and it has become cheaper. And right now, we are already secured land there, and we are doing the design works to make the investment decision to install there over 60 megawatts of solar park as well. So this will be the biggest energy area in Estonia. It will produce about 9% of total energy consumption of Estonia. It's magnificent. We will install there the latest, biggest turbines available. So we had the public procurement where we have had all the big players, Vestas, Siemens Gamesa, and Nordex. Nordex was the lucky one, made the best offer this time, and we will erect their 6.8 nominal power wind turbine, and 38 of those. So this is one of the visualizations we have done for that turbine type from one location where you can actually see most of the turbines. Most of the cases, actually, you cannot see a lot of the turbines because there are trees covering it. It will be about 241 meters deep height, so the highest project in Estonia. It will be an area where we will do probably excursions to the people to show them how the modern turbines will look like. And hopefully this will also make the change. So in Estonia, we have right now about 320 megawatts installed, so we will add 255 to that. And the consumption we will add is about the same as we are right now producing for all the turbines from Estonia. From 145 turbines to 38. We can see the change of technology. The same thing is happening in offshore as well, that we don't need any more 140, 150 turbines for 1 gigawatt wind park. We only need, in the future, 50 turbines. We have onshore already 38, so it doesn't seem for me that much. We are there together with the community. We have promised to the local government and that we will give the possibility to get electricity with direct line from our substation. So we can avoid the grid connection costs. We will build the road through the area, which will save the time for the local community to travel to Tallinn by 20 minutes. And what is more valuable than time? Nothing. Time is all we need. And here are some amounts of money because during the summer, Estonian government enforced the law, local benefit law. So this park will give the local community about 300 up to 700,000 euros each year, which they can invest how they would like. We are not saying. And Some of the money will go also to the local persons directly who are nearby the wind park. There are not a lot of them, because this is such a good area. Anyhow, there is a lot of room to develop the industry, a lot of room to develop whatever you need. And we have the possibilities. Example, NFE Green has signed long-term PPA contracts for the period of 22 until 26. The average price is 70.3 euros per megawatt hour. So this is the long-term price we could offer as an example. I'm not saying that we will sign contracts in the future, so with that price, it's based on the market. For example, heating. We know that in Tootsi area, they are using central heating, using biomass to produce the heat. So in case we would use the electricity for that, then we know that for heat pumps, the average COP, so the coefficient of performance, is about 2.5. So if you use 1 kilowatt hours of electricity, you will get 2.5 kilowatts of heat out of it. And right now, the heat price there is around 100 euros per megawatt hour. With heat pumps, 70.3 euros per megawatt electricity price, the price could be 28 euros per megawatt hour. Of course, we have to add their network costs, some taxes we have in Estonia and so forth, but still, for me, it seems really competitive. And for areas where we will develop renewable projects, this is an option for other projects as well, that maybe we can use the cheapest solution and change from burning biomass to renewable electricity, for example. Then the network costs. So there is a lot of room in this area. So why not use the grid connection we have there? We have 330 kV grid connection. So compared to other levels, this is the competitive edge. The companies who decide to come to that area could have from their competitors. So I believe in 10 years, the Tootsi area will change a lot. So this is not the real visualization. It may look like that. So, but this is the area. Probably it is actually hard to understand how big it is. You have to be there. You have to be high to actually feel that. And if you want to see the real visualizations of these areas or other projects, then we have Expo, and we are there showing our VR solution, so virtual reality of how the wind park and other wind parks could look like. So if you have time, then please come through and see yourself. Then offshore. Offshore is so a hot topic in Estonia. Then there is a lot of projects, a lot of companies who want to be part of it. And I'm not going into details. I think Guido did a good job introducing all the EIA programs and what they have done. So we have 2 projects, one near Hiiumaa and other near Kihnu Island in the Liivi Bay. And of course, there are a lot of options, a lot of potential in Estonia to develop offshore. So I believe I will see quite soon offshore wind parks in Estonia as well. So 2022, crazy year, a lot of changes, and renewable sector in Estonia was on boost. I would say green smoothie, giving the energy for a long period of time. And no one says, thank you, the minister. Usually we, the developers, are not happy about anything. We are actually happy, and the local benefit law, the decision that we need to be producing 100% of our electricity by 2030 ourselves from renewable, then the renewable audit, that how can we actually adopt the REPowerEU, I would say, invasion, because harder, better, faster, stronger. So how can we be fastest and strongest and actually do those things which we are talking in the planning papers? Then the fight against the phantom connections. So if there's a will, then there's a way how fast it is possible to speak with the stakeholders, with the companies, with partners, and try to figure out how to make it work, how to free the grid in a way that we can actually adapt all the capacity we have planned. Then we had geospatial analysis, new radars to mitigate the height restrictions offshore. So already a couple of years ago, there was a decision that we will get new radars, new systems to mitigate the height restriction onshore, and now offshore as well. Then the Sopi-Tootsi project you saw, this land where we will install the PV panels, it was auctioned by the State Forest Agency. So we have a lot of state land as well in Estonia, which can be used for renewable production. Elvin project is now more clear. Saaremaa line idea that Elering is responsible of developing it. And in mainland bird study finally is ready. Are we happy with it? That's a different story, but at least it's ready and we are moving forward. We can have discussions. But going to the birds, then environment is the challenging part right now, which we see has the tremendous force. So in Estonia, we have Estonian Ornithology Society, BirdLife Estonia, and they have a lot of power over wind parks. So, for example, in our Hiiu spatial area, planning project, the analysis done by the ministry, then one of the reasons why a lot of areas were cut out was because this BirdLife Estonia said that these areas could be important for the birds. And they know what they are doing. I mean, the Estonian Nature 2000 areas were set by them 10, 15 years ago. But right now, what I feel is that because of how we are speaking about offshore, onshore, about renewable energy, then they are feeling threatened. They're being threatened that there will be a lot of wind parks all over Estonia and offshore as well. And they are going to be more protective about the birds. So there is a need to have the balance that how can we coexist. And of course, we cannot harm the birds. So the bird of the year is long-tailed duck. You can see it back there. It's actually a endangered species, but luckily in Estonia and around Estonia and this region, we have that bird. So already 30 birds, if found somewhere, has been considered to be a critical point where this area is important for the bird. In Estonia, luckily, we have thousands and tens of thousands of them flying around in all offshore areas. The next thing, good thing, money has value again. That's not a bad thing, but for investing to renewables, we cannot do it only from our own capital. We need to lend the money. And if money has value and we have to pay the interest rates, then the project return rates and expectations to get from the project are getting higher as well. So it is a challenge. Maybe it's temporary, maybe not. But the levelized cost of electricity, so the own price of the electricity is going a bit higher. And that will have effect as well, that what kind of projects to do. So we need to choose the good projects. Then let's take a village which has really narrow roads to other villages. And the village is usually growing a lot of bananas. Most of the bananas are consumed by the own village. And some of them are exported to the neighbors as well. And if there is a decision and need to install and plant a lot of new banana trees, then the old trees that will be there as well. They will give the bananas. At some point, there will be too many bananas that you have to give them away for free because you have nothing to do with them. They will rotten if you are keeping to yourself. You can, of course, make contracts with some of the people from the village that can you buy my bananas? I will give you a good price. I will not increase it or decrease it. But there will be a lot of bananas and the price will be lower in the market. And this is the challenge we will have with offshore. Because in offshore, one project will produce in Estonia half of electricity production, about 4 terawatt hours from our 8 terawatt hours consumption. So if there are a lot of bananas in the market, then we need some certainties if we are doing the investments. I'm not saying that this is a challenge we have already today, but this is something we need to have the clear understanding as well for the future, because we are doing long-term investments. Projects now have lifetime of 30, 35 years. Offshore right now 25, 30 years, probably in 10 years also 35 years. So let's tackle that. And here is a video of our winter wonderland in Silale 2. Please follow us in Instagram, in LinkedIn, Enefit Green. And then you will see more of the footage that how we are actually constructing our wind parks, what we are doing, how active we are. And that's it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you. I should say that you're an excellent storyteller. I feel myself ready to buy everything you sell. Do we have any questions from the audience? Terje is. Oh yes, there is one question, please.
Hello everyone, Marko Viiding. We are developing wind farms in Norway, Sweden, Estonia. I actually don't have a question, but I think I rather have a remark. You had a good story about the bananas, but I think we need to change the thinking in Estonia about these bananas to the benefit of everyone, that it is not just the villagers eating the bananas. The villagers can build more factories that consume the bananas. Because this is the discussion in Norway and Sweden, that everyone says, oh, in Norway we have too much electricity, we shouldn't be building more renewable power. But think, they are building battery factories, they are thinking of ammonia. All of this is going to consume so much more electricity than it is being produced today. And I think that applies to Estonia as well. It's not fixed that our consumption in Estonia will only be 8 terawatt hours. We have potential to consume so much more. So we need more banana growing plants. That's my remark. Thank you.
What do you say?
I agree. For some people from the village who usually consume meat, maybe will turn to bananas because bananas now are cheaper, and we have to encourage that.
Okay, we have more fruits as well. Do we have any more questions? Yes, there is a question, please. Microphone is coming.
Vesavasar, Finnish ambassador. As a remark, we have a lot of gorillas in Finland. And of course, I'm speaking of EastLink 1 and 2, and there's a cable number 3 in the pipeline, memorandum of understanding there as well. So, and all these hydrogen projects in the planning, and some of them becoming a reality as there is no limit to the consumption of green renewable energy. So, and it's a joke, but it's a very serious joke. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go on. Estonian company Utilitas Wind is the largest wind energy producer in Latvia, but developing renewable electricity and storage solutions project also in Lithuania and Estonia, like currently Saareliivi offshore or Saarde wind farm. And Andrus Zavadskis, the technical manager from Utilitas Wind, is ready to tell you more. Please.
Yeah. Yeah. Good morning, everybody. It's nice to see so many people in this room. So, dear ambassadors, dear guests. So, Utilitas Wind, I could name it also as a progress report, because this is our first presentation here in this conference. But I called it more like where we are. So. Yeah, okay. But first of all, I know lots of people know me already, but still, for those who do not know me, so my name is Andrus Zavadskis, and I am currently working as a technical manager in Utilitas Wind. In parallel, I'm also a member of the board in the Estonian Society for Electrical Power Engineering.
I have accumulated some knowledge about wind power in Neljaenergia before. For 12 years, started as a technical manager there as well, ended up as a CTO of the company. For those who do not know, then Neljaenergia was 2018, before it was acquired by Enefit Green. It was the biggest wind energy producer in the Baltics. And before that, I accumulated some experience about the high voltage and medium voltage substations. And by education, I'm a power engineer. Few facts about utilities. So as it was told already before, then in the introduction, then utilities is the largest renewable energy producer in Estonia and largest wind energy producer in Latvia. So largest renewable energy producer means heat plus electricity. So in Estonia, utilities produces heat in 8 Estonian towns, including Tallinn, the capital Tallinn. In Tallinn, we have also 3 CHPs with a total electrical capacity of 60 megawatts. The total installed heat and power capacity is 1,300 megawatts, so including also the wind capacity, which we have in currently only in Latvia. The total produced energy is 2.4 terawatt hours. This is heat plus electricity. And the aim for utilities is to become CO2 neutral by 2030. So the goal was defined in the beginning of last decade, but and the intermediate target was in 2020, where 75% of energy generated generated was from the renewable energy sources. So as the panel was called, the current situation. So I would say the current situation is pretty challenging. Does anyone know what this graph represents? No. Yes, exactly. So that's the graph of electricity price starting from October 2019. So we started with my colleague, Mr. Rene Tammist, who should be also in the audience. In October 2019, the power price at that time was 45-50 euros per megawatt hour, and we really believe that it's possible to do wind power without subsidies or nearly market prices. We were torn towards the ground very quickly, because the winter between 2019 and 2020 was very lots of rain in the Nordic countries, and the power prices fell down. So it was followed by the COVID crisis, so which even decreased the power price. Then on 2020 we had to think, so what next? So what shall we do? But we still decided to continue on wind. And then today I would say that it was a smart decision. In the beginning of 2021, we acquired our first projects. And the first one which we acquired was Targala wind park in Latvia. Targala wind park was fully developed, fully permitted. We negotiated share purchase agreement, turbine supply agreement, turbine service agreement, and then also the BOP construction agreement in parallel. We signed those in the middle of March 2021, and we started the construction in 3 weeks in the beginning of April. We had to start the construction in the beginning of April because the Targala wind farm was the last one which was still in the subsidy scheme in Latvia. And then there was a very strict dates when we had to start the construction and when we had to finalize the construction. So we managed to do it, and I think this was really big effort and a really big success. But from the facts, Targale park is the largest wind park in Latvia. It consists of 14 Vestas V136 turbines, 4.2 megawatt each. Tip height is 150 meters. Annual production is estimated 155 gigawatt hours, which should expectedly cover the consumption of 50,000 households. In parallel, when we were constructing Targale wind farm, we acquired the first wind park in Latvia, which was built actually already in 2002. But as it's consisting of 33 Enercon E40 turbines, then we were really believing that we can operate this wind park at least 10 years more, and in parallel we can look also the possibilities to repower it. And in Grabina, as mentioned, then we have 33 Enercon E40 turbines, which are operating still very finely. So all they are more than 20 years old. And then the park produces approximately 50 gigawatt hours of electricity, covering 16,000 households. And then in Estonia, just this year, we started the construction of Saarde wind farm. We decided to kick it off a bit earlier because the situation currently is a bit, how to say, challenging because the power prices are very volatile. The need for electricity, for domestic electricity production is definitely there, and it's good to give our contribution to the local production. So. Because as you probably know, then the wind power is the cheapest and the fastest to install. In Saarde wind farm, we have, by now, all the foundations are poured, all the roads are ready. The construction of substation and the cable lines is still ongoing. In the beginning of May, the turbines should arrive, and in the beginning of July, the turbines should start rotation, and in autumn, September, October, the wind park should be in full operation, so ready for the next winter. And just not to forget, then in Saarde we have 9 Vestas V150 turbines with a 4.3 megawatt capacity, which makes it the most efficient wind park in Estonia. Offshore, everybody, okay, my previous presenters were telling that offshore is important. So yeah, definitely, we totally agree, offshore is important. So why does Estonia need offshore, or why do we need offshore at all? So as we have kind of illustrating, then we have taken a few days back one moment when we describing the situation offshore, where on Monday at 5 o'clock in the evening, the wind speeds in the Bay of Liivi were 12 meters per second, and onshore, not very far away, were only 6 meters per second. And then if you look kind of the average wind speeds onshore and offshore, then in offshore, the average wind speeds are almost 2 meters per second higher, which actually, if you're looking the kind of average turbine power curve, shows that with those 2 meters per second, you get the significant increase in the power of output power of the turbine. So we, during those 3 years, which we have been working, then we have also got the exclusivity for the Estonian area close to Kihnu Island. We got exclusivity there just before Christmas 2021 as a Christmas present. We called it like that. So in last spring, approximately a year ago, we started very rapidly in parallel the surveys and investigations So 1 year in the investigations are done, and in parallel we also started to put together the program for the environmental impact assessment, which we got approval 1 day less than a year from the date when we got exclusivity. So it was on the 22nd of December. So again, a Christmas present for us, in a way. Herewith, I would like to thank, of course, all the helping parties who have been participating during those investigations. So here you can see there are 22 surveys and investigations ongoing. Ramboll has done for us a pre-FEED study, but this is only a start. So good point to start. Additionally, so our plans in Estonia, we are active in 15 municipalities in a different way. So we are participating either in the general planning processes, spatial planning processes, or any other forms, together with our competitors. Additionally, on the offshore, we have made additional 6 applications, but as those areas, no one has the exclusivity there, so those will be most probably auctioned. So our goals. The goal for this year is to start the construction of 160 megawatt wind farms in Lithuania. The goals for 2026, actually, so there is a mistake in the presentation. The goal for 2026 is to have 600 megawatts onshore wind farms operating and 600 megawatt onshore wind farms permitted, plus 1,200 megawatt offshore wind farm permitted. All of this wouldn't have been possible to do with our great team. So as I mentioned, so we started 2 of us until October 2021. And then during the last year, our team has exploded. So now, during the last year, we have 10 people in Estonia and 10 people in Latvia. So altogether 20 people working and developing the wind farms. So I'm very happy to work with the teams like so professional, so dedicated teams. Estonia has defined its target for 2030 to be 100% renewable, or meaning to cover its consumption with the electricity produced from renewable sources. We, as Utilitas Wind, are ready to contribute all of our experience, knowledge, and resource so that all of us could live in a greener future. But of course, yeah, that's not sufficient, so we can't do it alone. So we need support and the contribution also from all state institutions, local municipalities, and of course grid companies, and all the other stakeholders, to make the process faster, to make it more clear and more transparent. So we believe that the future will be greener. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrus. Do we have any questions at the audience?
Or maybe some remarks?
Because we do not have anyone on the workshop.com. Dear followers on the internet, please write us. We are waiting for you. Questions? Okay, you showed this target for 2030. Yes. Let me ask, is Estonia capable to fulfill its own renewable energy goals?
Absolutely, we have lots of resources to do it. We just need to act very quickly.
Okay, and what can be done and what needs to be changed in this country so that also your own goals would be met?
What needs to be done? So first of all, we have to build lots of wind power onshore. Then we have to have at least one wind park offshore. And then from the other side, so what are the biggest problems currently. We do not have security, financial security for as I showed the power price graph. So okay, currently we are in a situation where the power prices are really high, but just to remember that 2 years ago the power prices were very, very low. So and then with this kind of investment environment, so we need some kind of security, so that the investments which we are doing or the others are doing will be on a how to say secure ground. What we need from the let's say from the authorities, definitely, as I mentioned, clarity and transparency, and then also fast processing of the applications of the planning procedures. From the grid company, we are expecting that grid capacity booking will be solved very quickly, so that everybody who's developing could access the grid without being worried that the grid is booked by some of the companies who actually do not have a plan to build the production capacities.
And if we talk about the energy issues, then the sustainability in policy making is definitely very important.
Absolutely. Agree.
Clear enough? Any questions? No? Thank you.
Thank you. Aitäh. Tänan.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we have sat down here for 90 minutes already. We need 1 minute for gymnastic exercise. Please, would you stand up? Then just slightly raise on your toes a couple of times. Very good. Then raise your arms, stretch up, and try to be as long as you can be. Very good, very good. You feel how your spine is working for you. Then put your heads down. Then some circles with your shoulders in one direction and in other direction. Then look to your left and say hello to a neighbor. And look to your right and say hello to a neighbor. Very good, very good. Make shoulder circles again in one direction and in another direction, and take a seat again. Thank you. So we got more strength, and now we can go on. Evecon is a company which develops mainly solar parks, but also wind farms in Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. And Karl-Jonatan Kvell, development manager at Evecon, is ready to talk about it. Please.
So, hello everyone. Dear listeners, both present and online, I'm pleased to be here to make you a presentation about current bottlenecks related to the developments of wind parks in Estonia. And also, I will give you a brief overview of Evecon's Baltic portfolio. So, but first, a little bit about me, myself. My name is Karl-Jonatan Kvell. I have studied electrical engineering in TalTech before. Previously worked in a distribution network company called Elektrilevi, now partly as Enefit. I was there low and mid voltage grid planner. Also, I had a job called grid maintenance program manager. 2 years ago, I joined Evecon as a development manager. The increased public interest in the green turn has made these past 2 years really, really busy. But we have had some valuable learnings. I can assure everyone that, as we call in Estonia, rohepööre, it's actually in full swing. I'm very proud of our team with whom we have been able to build an outstanding green energy portfolio in such a short time. As a development manager in Evecon, my tasks are to coordinate the daily workflow of projects, basically from the start, where we hand out the project to our construction partners. So, Evecon, who exactly are we? We are a renewable energy developer company based on Estonian capital. So our focus is mainly in the Baltics, where we operate, develop, and construct wind, solar, and hybrid parks. For the first years of Evecon, a lot of our effort and focus has been on developing the parks, but hopefully soon we can move it more and more forwards to the construction and operation tasks. So we are currently operating 40 megawatt of solar assets in 7 different Estonian municipalities, but in the Baltics, currently under construction, around 200 megawatt of solar parks, of which in Estonia we have 125. I'm really proud actually to be here today as the face of Evecon, but I cannot take the credit for all the hard work we have done. There is a good saying that if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. So our team consists of over 40 top specialists in the Baltic region. I'm happy to say that 25 of them actually work in Estonia. So we have a highly competent team. We are fast, we are dynamic, and we are professional. We are also very fast growing. I think a year back, there was only 10 of us. Now there's 40 of us. So we have our team is with different backgrounds in the renewable energy sector, but the most of all, we share the same goal. We all want to make a big change in the Baltic renewable energy sector, so we little bit strive the same goal. Our team usually consists of, in Estonia, a location assessment, land acquisition, design, project management, and purchasing specialists, and of course, engineers. How can one development company go without engineers? So, what do we want to achieve? Our big wish is to make a significant contribution to the fulfillment of Estonian climate goals in the form of our projects under development by Evecon. Since the last February, there are more and more security issues that we need to think about. So we try to do both by bringing new production capacity to the market. We contribute to maintaining the balance of the system and ensuring affordable electricity prices. We have big plans for the future, and we have a strong team that is capable of achieving them. But let's come back to the present for a second. Our development portfolio consists of 2.6 gigawatts of development projects. At the moment, we have 78 solar parks and 20 onshore wind farms in development. At least 1/3 of the solar parks in development will be hybrid solutions where we add wind turbines or batteries. We are actually pleased to say that a large number of Evecon Group wind developments are located in Estonia. So if everything goes as planned and nice, then we should cover around 540,000 households' yearly electricity needs. So a picture about the turbine. Let's take a look. I think it's Vestas. Let's take a look at the Estonia wind development portfolio for a second. Sorry about the solar. I know it's a wind conference. So about Estonia. Estonia wind portfolio is around 800 megawatts, divided between 15 projects. We are represented in 12 different municipalities across Estonia. So in 21-22, our main goal was concluding the land use contracts. On 23, our goal is to initiate special, or where we can, detailed plans for all the projects we have. A prerequisite for initiating a planning is usually a certain number of concluded land contracts. So we hope our first wind farm will be ready by 2024. It's actually 3 wind turbine park in Lithuania, all total 15 megawatt. We hope that Evecon first wind farm in Estonia is expected to be operational in 26 if everything goes by plan and we can get the planning procedures a little bit faster. Maybe we can be operational in the mid-25. The biggest Estonian project that we have is around 200 megawatt. It was lately also in the news. It is located in the southern of Estonia. So by the end of 26-27, Evecon will grow to become one of the largest wind developers in Baltics with a wind portfolio around 800 megawatt. So, what good can we highlight from our experience in the Estonian development landscape? First of all, Estonia is attractive for foreign investors. We just closed a deal of 100 megawatt solar park investment deal with a French fund called Mirova. And I can say more about the other investors that we have on the table. So Estonia is definitely attractive. Second one, we have many potential wind areas. Several studies carried out by government agencies show that there are many potential wind farm sites in Estonia. This makes Estonia wind areas attractive not only for investors, but also for foreign developers that we see in the wind areas. The general opinion of landowners is positive. Actually, we don't see the NIMBY effect that much anymore, but time to time we have some landowners who would like to see a nuclear plant in their backyard instead of a windmill. So in that case, we need to grieve the landowner and offer them a small 300-meter height wind turbine instead. But we proudly try to convert them to green energy fate. And the fourth point, we have well-developed, well-designed high-voltage network grid for connecting wind parks. So thanks to good work for Elering for that. So what could be better? First of all, planning procedures. The planning of a wind farm at the moment can take about 4 to 5 years under current legislation, which is too long given the circumstances we are right now. I truly hope we can speed up the planning process as soon as possible. And of course, the complex planning procedures are not the fault of local authorities. It is just that the relevant rules are not in place yet. The second one, what could be better? We have some possible delivery issues: cables, high voltage trafos, wind turbines. In recent years, logistical challenges have been in many areas. We have spoken to some high voltage cable manufacturers who say that availability of cables in the market is the key area to think about early on. We also have some 110 kV high voltage trafos, where you see that average delivery time we have is around 18 to 20 months. It's a little bit too long. It's not what we have expected. So this can slow down the construction process, but by dealing with these issues early on, we can minimize the risks. Lack of experts in the sector. We actually see serious shortage of specialized experts, both in the development of wind farms and in planning in municipalities. And the fourth one, better cooperation with co-developers. So wind developers clash in most of the wind areas or wind farms in Estonia. If we want to bring new production capacity to the market fast, we need to cooperate. I think Estonia is small, but I think we can all fit here. And the last slide that I have, some possible solutions that I would point out. So first one, changes in legislation. Gladly, some of the changes for speeding up the planning procedures are already in the works. The second one, maybe there is a solution for the possible delivery issues. Maybe we should consider manufacturing in our region. So one possible solution for that, we could produce certain components that we need, like high voltage trafos or cables. Demand in the region in the current decade is high. The third one, popularize the sector. We need to do more to popularize the field, to get young people more interested. So we are counting on our strong universities to do that, to teach the right knowledge to fill the gap in the market, especially TalTech, which has many energy-related subjects in their curricula. And fourth, and the last one, change in the perspective of cooperation. So, in fact, we should not compete within Estonia, but rather with other countries like Nordic countries. They are already ahead of us. So we should all share the same mission to bring new renewable production capacity to the market as soon as possible. So, thank you. That's it for me. If you have any questions, please ask them. Or you can also send them to my email. I try to answer all of them. Thank you.
Thank you. But let's start from here. Do we have any questions or comments? Yes, question from here.
Hope it's on. Yeah.
Yeah.
I had a question. You said that delivery times of certain things like cables is a big worry. Is this because of shortage of raw materials, or why is it taking so long?
It's actually because of the high demand in Europe and also the shortage. So we have both delivery problems and all that together.
Okay, more questions? Let me ask also from you. Is Estonia, oh yeah.
There was one question.
Is Estonia capable to fulfill its own renewable energy goals?
Yes, I think so. So what are the Estonian climate or climate goals for the 2030? So we actually should produce enough electricity or green electricity as we have the same amount of consumption in yearly perspective. So it's around 9.5 terawatt hours. So that means that we need to bring new capacity to the market around 7 terawatt hours. So yes, I think it's achievable. I think the goal will be done mainly by private developers, and I think the goal will be reached around 27, 28.
Okay, thank you. There was a question, I don't see. Yes. It's very dark here in some parts of the hall.
Good morning. Thank you for the overview, which was more about onshore wind and solar, but do you have any plans for offshore?
No, our focus is mainly on the shore.
Thank you.
Thank you. More questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
To go on with our conference, I would like to ask to the stage Mr. Stig Rogenbaum, who is a Deputy Head of Global Business Development at the Invest in Estonia, talking about Estonian supply chain. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. 1-1. Late morning to the dear audience. It's not very often that I can speak to such a crowd. So my teacher for public speeches said that before starting you should kind of let it go, So I think usually they say that to do it behind the stage, but there's no place to do it, so I'll do it here. So welcome once again. Building value chains, it's a huge word, but here in Estonia, we feel that also that we need to start from somewhere, we need to get going when we talk about industry. We're well known with the IT, we're well known with our digital societies, but what about the industry? Do we have some? We have some, but what can we do further? At the Estonian Investment Agencies, and it's a governmental institute, part of Invest Estonia, and Estonian Investment Agency is attracting and landing foreign investments. So, most of you over here are our goal. On one hand, for the investments, on the other hand, for the partnership. So, and a bit, bigger picture, what we have drawn for ourselves is that green energy fueled modern industry, fueled because I've been in the fossil world for 25 years. So, and we need to fill it with innovation, science, high value, automation, AI, because we are not a huge country. We have a limited number of people which are obviously very smart. Where we are good, where we are definitely good, we are the source of knowledge. We are very often the test bed for the innovation, and by that we are also the starting point or the initial point for the scale up for different companies to build innovation. And I created a fun factor for Estonia as well. It's functional, unconventional, and CO2 neutral. So this is what we want to create. Our industrial kind of plan and goals and ideas have started from TAIE 2035. So it's the development plan, let's say a governmental development plan for research and development, innovation and entrepreneurship. So we have chosen very clear areas where we actually want to focus, in terms of building an Estonian industry. It's listed. It's digital solutions. It's valuing local resources. And local waste and secondary raw materials. So it's just a list. Yeah. And actually based on that, Estonian Investment Agency has also created their own strategy for 2030. So what our team, our people will be focusing. I want to mention as well that we focus for the foreign investments, and we are attracting to foreign investments, usually there where there is a market barrier, lack of knowledge, lack of know-how, lack of innovation, so that there would be also room for local content. So, and that's the same for the wind energy, that there has to be a local content, the bigger the better, but we also need to bring in innovation and finances to do it better. And the key areas where we will focus is the smart manufacturing. It goes wide. It has many subtopics where what we want to do. But in general, it's about smart manufacturing, energy technologies. All of us here, health technologies. Food safety included, pharmacy, all these things, and upcycling local resources and circular economy. So biochemistry, ash piles in the eastern of Estonia, what to do with the oil shale ash and so forth. And everything should be covered with the ICT, so exactly where we have proven to be very strong at. So that's the one that should be on top of that. Our goals in numbers, so for 2030, for our team is quite ambitious. So we are talking about 2.8 billion euros of investments that we want to attract, that we plan to attract to Estonia, create 8,000 jobs, high-value jobs. Of course, it has many aspects about education, how to prove the education, where those people are coming from, and so on. But this is the aspiration. That the investments and the new companies coming to Estonia, that they are very much driven by research and development, innovation, and very closely tied to our strategy, our governmental strategy, our Estonian Investment Agency strategy. So first of all, to get going, to actually start attracting partners, then we need green energy. None of the big boys or around the world, or they will not come here without the green energy. So we need it to get going. And for that, it comes from many presentations, but we need to fix the legal framework. We need the grid connections, and not only in the big cities, but as said before, that we need to go to the regions. We need to have the energy, green energy in the regions. So and as the previous slide said, that we want the new investments also to come to the regions across Estonia, at least 30% of that. But without the energy, it's not possible. And very often we see that there is a huge number of investors around the world who are ready and willing to invest in certain different type of projects, but very often we get stuck, where to invest, because we are not ready there with supplying the energy. Green infrastructure. So first of all, green energy, and then we come to green infrastructure. We need very clear places where to bring the investors in terms of industrial parks, which are covered with green energy, but also with the partners, with the logistics partners. And these are different harbors, harbor areas. Probably apologies, like everyone is not probably mentioned, but these are, the first examples who have taken the biggest steps towards the green energy, green infrastructure, and also green industrial parks. And what will definitely give us a new boost also to the overall economy is the Rail Baltica. So we already know that if it goes from, let's say, Muuga through Pärnu to Latvia, then there is an opportunity to build new locations, new industrial locations around Pärnu and also around Muuga, where there will be those bigger areas of dry ports. Regional focus. This is also fundamental, because it's linked a bit to NIMBY, but not only in the wind energy or the solar parks or the green energy, but our NIMBY in Estonia, it's a bit like everywhere. It's building industries that let's do it, but let's not do it here, right? So that's why the regions and municipalities, they have to have a longer-term plan. What do we want to do in our region with this green energy, with this green logistics? So, for example, Läänemaa, Pärnumaa, would it be a kind of food mecca, future food mecca for Estonia, Eastern Estonia? What would it be? Would it be ammonia? Would it be methanol production, industrial production? So, and also, I don't know, Järvamaa, Viljandimaa, what shall we do there, But first of all, there are exactly those two things, though. How do we get the green energy there? And what do these municipalities and what do these people actually accept? So it goes hand in hand before we can start materializing those ideas. But also regarding the let's say, the overall wind value chain, again, it's a big word, value chain, but I would invite you all, to go deeper with us together, the overall wind value chains, how we can start actually materializing those ideas which have been shown here on the wall today. So first option is really to come to Kuressaare Offshore Wind Conference in March. So, and I will invite you all to then already to go deeper to the value chains. Who will be the builders? Who will be the partners? Who will be the acceptable partners to start actually, developing it all further? And really, let's also focus on the local content. And the second plan, what we have, is also in August, second part of August, so it's to be confirmed still, but the Paldiski Investment Conference, which is a yearly happening, and this year we really want to focus on wind and hydrogen. So go deeper to hydrogen as well. So we see that this is definitely one of the future opportunities for Estonia. And as said, the value chain of wind power, offshore wind power is huge. There are hundreds of different opportunities for people, for companies, and so on. So let's start going through the verticals together in order to be ready to bring it live 2028 and onwards. Thank you. So that's a bit more my side. Was I too fast?
That's okay.
I have another 10 minutes.
Yes, you can go on.
Yeah.
Thank you. Villu Vatsult representing Tallinn Technical University, but from the college side on Saaremaa. So I would really like to see if the agency will put another green dot on islands, because you showed the map and you had green dots in Pärnu, Tartu, northeast of Estonia, and of course in capital region. As you mentioned, probably all the previous presentations showed that the energy production will move to Western Estonia and to the seaside. So as we have problems with spatial planning, with the grid and stuff, it would be nice and also very supportive for a region to have your perspective in the region. Not only in minds, but also on papers and stuff. And the other point would be, we would really happy to see that you will mention also blue economy in your plans, because many of the things we are talking today are happening in the sea, and the Estonian sea area is as big as a land area. And my suggestion is, and strong supporter of the blue economy, is that we don't know yet what we can do with our sea area. So this is a perspective you should keep in mind probably, and that's a suggestion, that's not a question, sorry for that. But thank you for your attention. So two remarks.
Thank you so much. Apologies, I thought that the islands are obvious, that these are the... no. But regarding the blue economy, I think this is exactly something that we need to go deeper during the next conferences, really, to unwrapping the opportunities to our partners and to our investors.
Okay, thank you. We have also one question coming from online workshop.com. When you have come across to investors who are interested in investing in renewable energy in Estonia, has the political risk, like backtracking on promises or changing goals, come up in discussions? How to alleviate it?
Of course, I think that's one of the key topics still today. I think at the end of the day, what we can do is we can open the communication. That's what we are doing. We are opening the communication between the developers, the governmental institutes, the ministries, in order to get the answer solved. And at the end of the day, the goal is to get the investment decision. And this is in short, this is what we are after. This is what I'm paid. I want capex and I want FTEs or new jobs. Yeah? But it's not so simple. So therefore, we see that it's definitely improving this discussion and conversation between investors, the developers, and also local authorities.
As a well-informed person, you know very well what's going on business side, but you also see what's going on the governmental side. Can you say, in your opinion, is Estonia capable to fulfill its own renewable energy goals?
Absolutely. We need to start now.
Very good. So, dear investors, you can see how strong we are in self-confidence. So, believe in us. We believe in ourselves. Okay. Do we have any more questions at the moment? I still have. Wind energy can bring us many opportunities, but we can also remain a sandwich maker. What must we do today to make our contribution bigger than just sandwiches?
Yeah, I think one thing is definitely to link everything with our universities and science and education. This is one thing, to have the higher level of jobs, the knowledge really being the test bed and the escalation point for our partners. But then also, for instance, like with the hydrogen, that not to sell everything out, also with the wind energy, not to sell everything out, to export everything, but first to bring it in, make it a new value, increase the value, and then sell it out. So, and not as a sandwich, but then maybe a bio-based, fat-made future, beef.
So even in such a small society like Estonia is, we also have the crucial question to have more, let's say, cooperation between different stakeholders groups.
Absolutely, absolutely. We need to come together and give the speed,
Okay, questions, comments? No, thank you, Stig.
Thank you so much. Aitäh.
And there came a question, can you please share where to find more information on the Kuressaare conference in March? I think we can promise you that there will be some more information at the website of the Estonian Wind Power Association. Invitation. Oh, see. Okay, so if you're important enough to be invited, then you will have the full information. Okay, let's go on. And the last presentation before lunch comes from Nikon Vidyayev, who's a counselor of offshore wind at the Ministry of Economic Affairs, and he will tell us about the plans of the Estonian government. Please.
Yeah, it works. Also, hello from my side. I'm, as was said, counselor of offshore wind, only 4 months in ministry. And today I will represent our plans and challenges in Estonian offshore wind energy sector. First of all, I would like to thank you from ministry side, Terje Talv, for organizing this event, and also Lauri Ulm, who took a lot of good words to his slides about our hard work last year in the ministry, because it was so, yeah, it was. We are not lazy. Yeah, so starting with the long term. For several years, there was a vector in the offshore renewable energy strategy, European one, that we need to reach at least 300 gigawatts of offshore wind in Europe and 40 gigawatts of wave energy till the 2050 in European Union. But during these tragic events that happened last year, the people in our region, in Baltic Sea region, started to think more about energy security and signed the Marienborg Declaration, where they declared that there is our ambition to develop, to have circa 20 gigawatts of wind energy till 2030. And after that, last year, after that, last month, actually, we signed the non-bidding agreement between the governmental structures of Baltic Sea, where we plan to, and how we plan to realize this Marienborg Declaration topics. Here it is. And regarding that, very interesting challenge appeared that we must have more interconnectors between our countries and cooperate in selling energy between us and selling it to maybe Central European part to build new bridge between us and Central Europe. But going to like our short terms and to Estonia, we have changed our ambition plans for 2030. And now it is that renewable energy production in relation to final consumption must be 100%. And there is a lot of stuff what we must do to achieve that. And it relies on the wind mostly, on offshore wind and on onshore wind. And as you see, we can do it. Today, most of developers declared that they are willing to build some capacities in our waters to achieve that target. And going to today we have properly planned territorial waters, where we found and done pre-environmental impact assessment also. We found 3 bigger areas, most of all, with huge potential of offshore wind energy. And to realize this potential, there is a lot of work must be done. We must build new networks, new grids. We must explore our bottom of our sea, but not explored yet. We must, and the goal is very bright. We build our future, our energy independent future. We build our, and let's build it together. And right now, there is opened in Technical Regulatory Authority, you can submit your application for superficies license application. And this year, the auctioning process started, and we know who are coming to our sites to develop offshore wind with us. We've already appeared there developers like Utilitas Wind, like Saare Wind Energy, like Enefit Green. Of course, we figured out some challenges and try to bring some input in every challenge to resolve it, to create equal rights for every person who wants to develop wind parks in Estonia. And as you know, first of all, is grid. Most of all sites are located nearby to island of Saaremaa. And as you see on this map, there is no grid right now. No main grid, I mean, 330 kilowatts. Because of that, we, Ministry of Economical Affairs, given Elering instructions to start planning that. And the process is already started, like Guido said in his presentation. But it's, I mentioned that it's only planning process right now, it's not building. We not ask the Elering to build this grid. We ask them to start planning it, and it's the difference. But yeah, we started also the figuring out how we build it and how we finance it and what is the next steps for us. So it's under consideration right now. This year we finalized the rules of auction about this area, as I said. And here there is some tips from the legislation what we're preparing. This legislation will be locked with third reading in the end of this February. And like after that, when it will be read in Parliament, starting this process of auctioning. And a principle that we developed with the Technical Regulatory Authority is, as you see on the screen, like March, May, we publishing the supervised license application and inviting applicants to compete for them. Then will be evaluation, also some months, then carrying out the auctions and starting the procedure. That's it, our plan. And how we do it, we start from moving from the east to west, and the innovation area is the last one under this process. Also, the next branch, what we are doing in the behalf of legislation, we are speeding up the permitting process. So our plan regarding the recovery is that 3 permits become 1 permit, and it's reduce whole procedure time to 2 to 3 years. And this package will be ready in June, July of this year. So the first one, where we declaring the rules, it will be ready in the end of February, and this one will be ready in June, July. Also, there was some restrictions, but yeah, we done a hard work last year, and now we have set a target to invest 67 million euros to new radars and free up most of our country from the high restrictions. So, as you see, this area where we free up territory is also in covering those areas where is planned to ask developers to build wind parks. And also about the risks, yeah, we trying somehow use the Holland experience and lower the risk of developers. But we are a small country, and we not having such much resources as Holland. But we are trying to do something together with our friend Latvia. And we pre-developing 2 sites and interconnector between them. And then there is a plan to sell these rights to somebody of you, to developers. It's our plan. Right now we are also pending for some EU money to cover our expenses during the environmental impact assessment procedures in those areas. And yeah, there is right now ongoing hard work behind that. And also about that, our project timeline, it's quite optimistic, but I believe that after year, like somewhere in 2026-27, we can start with the auctioning this area. After completing all the EIA processes and that stuff. Yeah. Also, visit the website. There is a lot of information about that area. We try to figure out a lot of questions and put it in this. There is a package of question and answer sections that answers a lot of them, I think. So that's all from my side. If you want to write down my email and ask your question. Thank you.
Thank you. Probably you noticed already that many people were making photos from your slides. Is it okay to have your slides afterwards and use them publicly?
Yes.
Okay, very good. I think we have also the plan that as we record this conference, then it will be available also at the YouTube. So everything will be available. There are a couple of questions which have come. Perhaps we can go over again some details about these offshore auctions. So the questions are, when is the final legislation going to be in place? And as you mentioned that you plan to approve auction rules in February, are the rules publicly available, and will there be a public consultation?
Yeah.
So
That's right. Yeah, end of
right
February.
now.
End of February, we will like finalize the legislation, and then after that, it's went to public space. And
so at the end of February, they will be public.
Yeah.
Good. Any more questions here? Oh yes, there is a question.
Hi, I'm Paulius Padesunas from European Energy. There are some articles, there were some articles on media that, expressing some concerns about this tender coming up. What's your view on the probability that this Elwind tender would happen like in 2026, and if it happened at all? Thanks.
We believe in that, and we're working hard to do that. And probability is only behind our hard work. So we are trying to do that. That's my answer.
Okay. I am glad that we have enough time for additional questions. The next one is, the Estonian Ornithology Society has mapped new important bird areas and submitted them to BirdLife. How big impact can they have on the development of wind farms in Estonia?
Very interesting question. I already been in Holland and some enterprise who built the bird radars, and I think when technology goes in the same way that our plans, so it will be possible that zero impact to the birds from the offshore wind parks on all also traditional wind parks. So there is some radars that stops the turbines when the bird flies.
So you see that it is possible that the birds will be satisfied, and all the people will be satisfied.
Win-win situation, for birds and for us.
Good. Talking about the discussions of 330 kilowatt connections via Saaremaa, then when the other possible developers will be engaged into these discussions?
Right now, we understood from meetings with Elering and with the vallavalitsus, this structure. Municipalities, yeah, thank you. That there will be two parallel processes happening. So one of them is that Elering with the municipalities plans the exact decision and exact where the cable goes, and nearby there will be also a round table where will be invited all the developers, and they can split thoughts, and there will be also municipalities and Elering also. So it will be arranged somehow like that. There will be two round tables, one planning secretly like municipality and Elering, and the second, the developers are also welcomed, and there is they can change thoughts about how this process will be.
Okay, so about one of our followers is asking who is paying for this 330 kilowatt line to Saaremaa?
Yes, very interesting question also for us, because right now we are doing several expertises and trying to figure out a way to do it and find the best way for our country to not overdose this electricity bill.
Okay. Do you have any question here at the audience? Yes, there is a question, please. Terje, can you help with the microphone?
I don't see.
Yes, the lady here.
Yeah.
Okay, hello, my name is Rina Sapro. I'm from WindGrid, and I'm very happy to be here today. I think today is a very interesting day for Estonia. You're sort of standing on the edge of entering into a very big commercialized offshore wind strategy. So that's very exciting. So you mentioned Elwind, and you sort of invited the audience to do the wind farms. However, I was wondering about the transmission part of it, so the cables and the substations. Who do you anticipate would be constructing that part?
You're asking about the main grid, or you're asking about the connection between the wind park and like connection point to the main grid?
The offshore cables and connecting to onshore and the onshore part.
Still, the connection point, there is developer responsibility to build up the connectivity, and in the main grid is the responsibility of government, represented by Elring, our TSO.
Okay.
Thank you.
One more question from here. What are the 3 licenses that shall be replaced by one after the new legislation?
Mm-hmm.
3
to
licenses.
fasten up, yeah,
3 licenses.
3 permits because 1, yeah. Okay, this is this superficies license application, then water permit application, and a building permit application. Like we right now figuring out that we don't do 3 separate processes, but we do one completed big process. And because of that, the amount of time is reducing.
And as a, let's say, basic principle, do we have agreed to receive electricity from the sea after, let's say, some years in 2030?
I think yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Very
definitely.
Good. Easy. Okay, any more questions?
Yeah. We have.
Yes, there is a question.
Yes, my name is Arti Albert from LHV Bank. Actually, I do have a question that, as we all know, the Nord Pool is working well, but not so well. As a consumers, we don't like the high prices, and as developers, here we heard that they need some certainties for the future to make the developments. Is there on governmental level or in ministry some discussions about to fix the Nord Pool or to make some additional things to this feature to have a better future? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, there is some discussions, I know about that, but it's a question to my, how I say, a director of department, Rainwax, and if you want, just write to him and he will answer.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Any more questions? I do not see. There were a couple of questions here on WebSub which didn't get their answers yet from previous performers. I hope that the people who asked these questions are here. If not, just write down the questions by email and you will get this. Okay. Then I think everything is clear enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We are perfectly in time. I am very thankful to you that you have been here 2.5 hours. You really have deserved one good lunch. Let's meet after 1 hour here. And also during lunchtime, we have the special expo area opened here in Mektori. Thank you. Let's meet after 1 hour. Welcome back to follow also the second half of this conference, Estonian Wind Energy Conference 2023. And we are very glad to welcome you here in Mektori in Tallinn, and also all these people who are watching us via internet. Worksup.com is the environment. Then welcome to all of you as well. We have had here very many interesting talks, but I'm sure this second part of the day will be interesting as well. And we're starting with the block named Science and Technology Development. And the first man to make the presentation is Mr. Ivo Palu, as a tenured associate professor and director of the Department of Electrical Power Engineering and Mechatronics here in TalTech. Ivo, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So, how was the lunch? Okay, a few thumbs up, few reaction. Good. This is what I have to fight with filled stomach. So, anyhow, welcome, all ladies and gentlemen. I do my best so you would not fall asleep. Otherwise, you would look like offshore wind energy in Estonia. To add some touch to my presentation, this is the title of my presentation. So we have to choose, are we blowing in the right direction or we are blowing it up? I hope we are blowing it in the right direction. So my today's presentation will be about what we are doing in TalTech to support this nice field of renewables. And just a few slides, because I was here last year as well, so I will not repeat all the slides, just some of them. We haven't changed a lot. We still give education in this technology, applied science, IT, business, and maritime studies. This is what we do as a university. So if you think about one offshore wind park, then you pretty much need all of those skills. So you've come to the right place to gain all this knowledge. We are not a huge university. We are the only only university of technology in Estonia. We have roughly 9,000 students, and from this amount, roughly 34% is from School of Engineering, which means these are the engineers you are looking for. We have quite a number of students graduated us, and I'm happy to say that I'm the 5th graduator of our own studies, because 4 of them was having a speech in the morning, so I'm the 5th one. So I think we have done a good job in this field of electrical power engineering. So thank you guys for a nice presentation so far. So I'm trying to keep up with you. University is not just teaching to be green and renewable. We are trying to do something on our own as well. You see the surrounding here when you came here, nice forest, so we try to keep it, but we even try to get more greener, and the plan is to be climate neutral by 2035. I think it can be done. It's on the other hand, it's funny, the university wants to be climate neutral by 35, but country by 2030. So I think we have to catch up a little bit here as well. So anyhow, a little bit about the department I'm representing today. So the next slide will be around teaching, research, and development. One could ask, what's the difference between research and development? What's the difference between research and development? You will soon find out how I made the difference here. So first, the teaching. I listed here a few curriculums that we as a department are responsible of. I see a lot of graduates here, so it seems that those who graduate with us will stay in the field. In bachelor, we have this electrical power engineering and mechatronics, and there are 4 courses that are related to wind energy. not directly, but the wind turbines as a different energy source is listed. And then we have two curriculums on master level, electrical power engineering and electrical engineering and mechatronics. So those of you who are from other countries and graduated in this power engineering, are these subjects similar to your universities? There are no power engineers from other countries. Good, so what you have graduated? And how you ended up here. Anyhow, welcome. But just my observation says that these are the similar subjects that are taught elsewhere as well. Then we have some curriculums we are supporting. And I highlight, it was Saaremaa story here, I highlight the sustainable technologies in blue economy, and which is starting this autumn in Saaremaa. And I'm responsible for the subject with the best name ever, Green Energy in Blue Economy. And if I put the green energy in blue economy to this modern picture generator AI, I got this result. So I'm not the crazy one. It was just a computer-generated image of this sentence. So now I start with all those lectures. I start with this picture because this is for computer. This is green energy in blue economy. Take it as is. And then we have this green energy technologies, which is master's degree together with Virumaa College in eastern part of Estonia. So they have been oil shale addicted, so maybe we managed to turn them into renewables as well. So few examples of courseworks that first-year students are making. It is in Estonian because the studies are in Estonian. So if you say them, please make a one-pager of wind energy. This is what the professor gets. There shouldn't be any rules on the first year. You just hand out the task and you get something back. And they are like, it's the home task on like third week. So they have like 2 lectures before this one, and they have to hand in the home task. And well, I was excited. I asked the team about thermal power plants, PV panels, wind turbine. As I'm mostly in wind turbines, then there was, to be honest, there was more disappointment than there was happiness. Because the wind industry in Estonian and in Estonian language, the home pages of our companies, they are not really good. So there is like huge improvement can be done. So I think we have to do it together. But just to comment, if you would all see what was handed in, you would be ashamed. Okay, but the students turn out to be good afterwards. Anyhow, we had this offshore wind cluster meeting yesterday. What was the proper name of it? And I showed that we have developed this course, offshore wind energy. We started this with Nelja Energia, who was behind the idea that we should have offshore wind energy course. And so we made a course out of it, and it stayed. We haven't given this lecture because there are no offshore wind parks. So what should be first? Offshore wind park or the students, or need for students, or... Good news is that yesterday we decided that we will have this course. And I have a homework until I have time, 1st March. I have to provide the details, what I need to start this course in next year. So the offshore cluster was behind it, and I hope those who were not there yesterday are supporting me, right? Thank you. There is this initiative as well. So industrial PhD, if you have good guys waiting somewhere and you are ready to share the knowledge, then the industrial PhD might be something for you. So they're working whether in company or in university, and we can seek together for the new person, or if you have one, we can supervise him. So just get in touch if you are interested in this one. I will excuse all those English-speaking people. I have one announcement to my students. Tere! Tuletan meelde, et teie kodutöö tähtaeg on järgmisel kolmapäeval. Ärge unustage vaadata tänast ettekannet ja teha sellest vastavalt kokkulepitud ülesandele kodutöö. Aitäh! So, this was the announcement to my students who are watching this online. They have own tasks to make, so that was the announcement. Now, to the research. We have a list of excellent researchers with following research groups. And if we take these first 3 research groups, these are the research groups that are working with this wind energy and offshore wind energy. And I have few slides from them coming. So power systems, energy economics and high voltage, and electrical machines. We have, this is the high voltage lab we have, so we can make different tests, diagnostics and so on. But I wanted to reflect one second electrical magnetic compatibility lab. It is accredited and we are allowed to make measurements of these electromagnetic fields. And when I asked my colleague to provide me some slides, I was surprised that this electrical compatibility is an issue with PVs at the moment. But as we are living in an area between 2 good neighbors, countries, and next to less good is weird to say for that. So anyhow, and we have one additional neighbor. So it's really complicated to say that those huge wind turbines will have no effect on our defense, the radars and so on. So there are different rules. So I'm not trying to go there that Nico was just saying that we have eased these things and there's less rules for these things. We might be in a situation where we might get new rules for this interference. So are they affecting radars, defense, monitoring, all those kind of things? So I better say out that just have a look on that as well. We are not as good neighborhood as the Netherlands is or Dutch, so just take this into account. To make good research, you have to have properly licensed software. It's just these kind of softwares are not, these are the tools universities are playing. And this is what DSOs are asking, your models, calculations, whatever. So we are the ones in Estonia who provide these kind of services. We have lab with real-time digital simulators, so we can play with the hardware in the loop. We have tested power plants in our lab, so you put your controller out of your devices, we can play with them, we can say that this is the grid faults, and so on. We can also play this within Teak Silent software. One of our master students made calculations in Teak Silent, and he made a coursework for students, how to connect wind turbines and PV panels, right? Greetings to you. Then we have these softwares like WindPro and EnergyPro. So you would like to get the students to play with this so they can realize that what's the difference between distance from one wind turbine to another one, how they look like if they are in the site, what are the cable distances, what is the economy behind that. And with WindPro you can play that. Is it just enough for wind, or we need some kind of other tools? So these are the software we are using. And one example of the electrical machine guys, what they're doing is this digital twin. How many digital twins can you name? Digital twin of car, I think airplane, city, human, industry. So I think you can have a digital twin of everything. So I don't have it yet personally. So, but we have a digital twin of electrical machine or wind turbine. I will show you later on. But these are the three things that, the three components that you need to have. And two main outputs, diagnostics and optimization. And as we see on the picture, and it was like 250 meters, 400 meters, it's difficult to test, to be honest. So university facilities are large, but so these are few ideas that you can play with this diagnostics. So you change something, you make it to pieces, you scale it down, you make a mock-up, so you can play with this. And if the diagnostics part is working on small scale, we can test it. Is it working on the larger scale? So there are some tools you can scale up. And you can also optimize. So cooling, models, how it cools down, how it heats up. So these are the small details. And if we're going to the scale of, I don't know, 15 megawatt, you don't really want to stop your device for just a small mistake. So you would like to avoid all those stops as much as possible. So we're starting small. We have set up the data acquisition setup. Those familiar with our building, we have this small wind turbine. It's more of the statue than it's like a working wind turbine. So we decided we have no moving parts this time. So we just put up the anemometers and we just test it. And in the lab, we have this setup of wind and generator. So we can play with the device. So we measure real wind, we put it engine working, corresponding to the wind, and then we can play with the generator and see how it's working. So there is like this setup planned, and this is part of one of our PhD students to write about it. And I think the research is to write about it. So, because a researcher cannot do it behind the closed door. But if we go to development, this is something mixed. There is a list of things I consider as under development is that you have this, industrial PhD, laboratory services, training, business development. There are different things universities are providing. But I would say that developing is something you do in purpose for some company or against some project. It's maybe a little bit less research in a sense of just wondering, no problems to fail, but development usually is some kind of contract with some outputs and so on. So, and this is a list of companies we've been working together on different fields. There are more companies we have worked with, just a list of the companies. Those first two names sound familiar? Can you buy the wind turbine from them? That's why I call it development. They have approached us, we have helped them. There are different struggles with the development, but there is nothing to complain us. So, but if you are talking about the grid connection and facilities or knowledge you need about grid, then this is the list of things we have done with the company, and we are ready to repeat this once again. Taking all this into account, then It's missing. We are missing something here. This piece of equipment. Anything? Any ideas? Just have a look at the text. In the future, Estonian labor market needs smart workers who know how to implement, develop, maintain, and manage technology in different fields. It's not a test, but who can understand what's on the picture? Good. It will be implemented as infrastructure, but I got one hand somewhere, some other hands as well. It's not that it is really specific piece of controller software which is used to model wind turbines. So this is like the really heart of the software. So, and then this is how you make the calculations there. So all inputs, outputs, all the data, and so on. The question is that where do we get these people? So I made a quick research behind this during your lunch break, and I asked 10 companies, how many employees you would hire basically today, this year? 10 companies, how many positions they want to feel fulfilled? 100. 10 companies would like to hire, there are 10 companies here, I asked, who would like to hire 100 people. There is 100 missing from those 10 I asked. So not all of you, just 10. One of the ideas how to attract these young students towards you, we have these scholarships. You might think that, okay, scholarship, it's just giving out money and without any real understanding why. I would like to highlight this line here. Out of these 10 positions, why they should choose you, what you have done to attract the students, and when you start to attract the students. So there is a list of companies here who are supporting students, and they are proudly listed here. So they are doing something extra to attract students. They are using the employer branding. They're contributing to next generation. These are the companies that think we should not wait, we should be there working with university, with students. There are a list of things you have to say, you have to do. You have to have the intention for scholarships. So I think I started this intention. So now you think that, okay, documentation, I don't know how to ask. There is still time. You have this, when you settle down all the documents, then the students will start to compete. Eesti Energia got 160 applications last year. 160 students wrote their motivation letter to get the scholarship. They got a list of 160 students interested in the scholarships. How many applications you get for the positions? If more, then scholarship is not for you. You have done good work. But if less, then I think the good thing is that there's still time until February 20. This lovely lady back there in pink today, she's here to answer your questions. So if you think this is like one of the things you would like to think about, so she's available during the break. And to conclude my presentation, I ask again computer to generate this picture. everybody would think differently about what's on the picture. My question was, are we Estonians the renewable snails? Doing as much as possible to push the wind turbines in the right direction. And I had 3 last questions, basically for myself, or ideas for the next year presentation. But I think the last one is the most crucial one. Increase interest in engineering. I think this is like the thing one of the presentations in the morning highlighted, that you need to have people. But I think this is something we have to work in the field to get the people to see what are the fields we can take people away, what are the fields to attract people, what are the things we can do with universities, and to be honest, what are the things we do in cooperation as companies. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivo. You won our hearts, but I would like to have you to win also some students. How many more students would you like to have?
We made a target for ourselves that in bachelor level we get nice 60 students, but we have this new initiative, Engineers Academy, Estonian government is running, and they asked that, could you double it? So I said, yeah, the target is 150 to bachelor. Can we make it? Not yet, but we are working on it. And for example, Elering said that they want to have 15 masters from us for Elering only. We are providing 20 to the market.
Okay. To have more bachelors, it means at least 20 years more to work.
Yeah, I would like to say 2 years.
Okay. Wish you luck. Do you have questions to Ivo? No? Yes, yes, yes. The question here from the ambassador.
Hello, hi. As you know, I'm the ambassador of the Netherlands. So I was wondering, because you said that you have international students, but so the students that you are looking for, are you also looking for international students or only Estonians?
There are elections in March. Last time we had election, we have to cancel English teaching in English. At least in master level. The government sees this English teaching as a good idea on your own money. So government is not paying for teaching in English. It's a small country. Okay, we have to accept it. But still, there are more and more PhDs who stay in Estonia. And PhD studies are international. And we are in trouble with these PhDs because 70% of PhDs is foreigners. And so all those 3 PhDs we get from Estonia is basically for university itself. So the question is, who are the Estonian PhDs who go to industry? It's not about the Estonian PhD as a problem. It's just you have to have these to go to municipalities or ministries and so on. You have to have these guys as well. So that's a tough situation. So I hope election will be different this year.
Okay, any more questions? Not at the moment. Thank you very much. Now it's time that one of these companies who was presenting themselves in front of this hall at the expo area is ready to step here and to tell what are they doing. And that is why Kristi Pool, CEO and co-founder at Inspirators, is here to talk about Inspirators. Please.
Thank you. Thank you for the possibility to be here today, and absolutely wonderful presentation and speech by Ivo, and really a perfect introduction into my presentation. So be ready, next 15 minutes is going to be about AI, artificial intelligence. In the next 15 minutes, we are going to first start from a little bit wider perspective. We are going to look where is, from AI adoption, Europe, and where are the other countries around the world. And then we are going to look into the numbers, why AI really makes sense. Does it or doesn't it? Let's see. And in the end, I'm going to tell you case study about American Electric Power, who is one of the users of AI technology. So, AI is believed to be a key driver of economic development. This bold statement is from EU policy documents. And it is believed that when we use more AI, artificial intelligence, in our everyday business, that means our economy will grow faster. And what we need to do to get there, we need to implement AI into our everyday business. On the graph at the left side, we can see different sectors and their usage and adoption of AI. The greener the picture, the greener the color, the more adoption of AI, the less green or red, the less. And as we can see, generally, the adoption of AI solutions in Europe is rather low. And especially low is in construction, waste, water, and also energy and transportation. So definitely we have room to improve. So, and where is Europe compared to other states? Basically, number one in AI usage is US. Then China will follow. I know that in the crowd here, there are also Japanese people. I'm not sure where is actually Japan in this list, but most probably their adoption is also rather high. Anyways, there is US, China, and then there is a big gap, and then Europe will follow. So we are behind. What should we do? We should use AI solutions which are trustworthy, which are easy to use, and also they should make sense, right? There should be benefit of using these AI solutions. A couple of words about Spark Cognition and Inspirators. I'm from Inspirators, and what we do, we create IT solutions, products, and provide services for the industry and for energy sector. And we work together with US company Spark Cognition, who is one of the largest AI development companies and AI product companies in the US. We, Inspirators, are Spark Cognition partner in this region, which means in Nordics and Baltics. And we help all of you to get the benefit out of this technology. A couple of words also about the Spark Cognition. So they have more than 500 employees. And can you imagine, they have 10% of employees own PhD degree. How many companies do you know which has 50 PhDs employed? So this is one of the reasons why, we have there. Sorry? University, yeah, university, of course. Yeah, I'm glad you have. You should. Yeah, but and they also have like 200 patents and IPs around different AI solutions. So, what would have happened if Estonia in 2021 have used AI solutions? We would have produced 2% more energy, and annual production, wind energy production was 733 gigawatt hours. Instead of that, we would have had 14 plus 66 gigawatt hours more. Of course, how much the price is, it depends on the megawatt price, but it could have been almost 4 million, you know? Sounds like makes sense, isn't it? So, talking about the product now, most probably some of you have question like, okay, but can I use it? You know, what do I need? Answer is, yes, you can. Why do I know that? Because you have data. Because the most important thing to implement AI solution is data. How do I know that you have a data? Because in absolutely every wind turbine, there are pre-built sensors. In every wind turbine, there is at least hundreds of sensors. And we know how to read this data, what they are sending, and how to make sense of this data. So basically, one of the most costly issues what one may have with wind turbines is pitch bearing failure. This is like a mechanical issue, and sooner or later you will have it. The question is when. And when you have it, then it means you can't produce any electricity in that time, because you need to get the spare parts, you need to get the people who will put them in the place, and so on. We are able to give you 6 months ahead information when something is going to happen with your bearing system. And for that, we even don't need to get expensive crane and let the people climb up there. It is enough to see what your monitor is showing at your office, or home office even, if you like. So there are a lot of pre-built machine learning models, and it really works. And actually, in every 10 minutes, we are going to refresh these views. So basically, of course, yeah, it is not real time, but in 10 minutes, not that much will change. So how long does it take to implement this solution? This is probably also one of the questions. It takes actually 10 weeks. And after 10 weeks, you have solution in place, and you can start utilizing it already. So, case study. American Electric Power. They are one of the largest electricity companies in US. They provide or power thousands of homes and businesses, and so they are a large company. A couple of days ago, I was asking VP at Spark Cognition, like, okay, what was actually the main reason why American Electric Power chose renewable energy suite? Was it really this yaw misalignment? I know that this is important, but was this the main reason? He said that, yes, this was an important reason, but that was not the main reason. I was wondering, like, okay, but what was the main reason? The answer was that they were growing too fast. I was like, what? What do you mean by that? And he said that actually they had to double the number of wind turbines in a year time. And they would have liked to hire people, but there wasn't not enough people. So this is exactly what also everybody else is talking here today. And they were looking for more cost-efficient solutions. And that was exactly this renewable energy suite, because AI can really help you a lot. And actually, they didn't have to hire that many people more, because this solution really is helping them a lot. And of course, it is possible with this solution to detect your misalignment. So basically, it is like when your wind turbine is not 100% directed towards the wind in a correct way, then you need to do something, because there is not 100% capacity used, so to speak. 96% of all your misalignments were detected, not 100. We still have room to improve. But anyway, even 96% is good enough to be able to provide almost like 2% more energy. So, for the conclusion, what can I say? All your global competitors are using AI much more than we here in Europe. Just take it into consideration. Number 2, you all can actually use AI from tomorrow, because you have data. It is there, just use it, or ask us how to use it. And number 3 is actually my favorite, which is that with the help of AI, it is possible to create even more greener way, green energy. So, thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you. By the way, where did you get this idea that AI might give you help to increase the energy production?
Actually, this was an American company who came out into this idea, because Rob Budney, who is Vice VP, I just mentioned a bit earlier, he has worked before, like 15 plus years at some energy company who also had renewable energy power plants. So he really kind of worked first at the field, and then he got this knowledge, and based on that, he and his partners established the company, and then they sold it to Spark Ignition, and Spark Ignition contacted us, and now we are presenting this to all of you.
Fantastic.
That's the story.
Good. Any questions here at the audience? I'll take a look at this tab here.
There is one gentleman over there.
Yes, please. Here is the question, and the microphone will be as well.
Hi there. Thanks for the great presentation. The name's Erik Salo from Innoventus. I'm very much a believer in all sorts of analytics, including AI-based analytics and decision support to increase the efficiency in our sector and operations particularly. And I'm also a very big supporter of open data and accessible data, but not everybody is, and not all organizations are. So my question is, have you, while developing these solutions or operating these AI solutions, which depend on hundreds of data streams, as you said yourself, have you met any resistance on behalf of the owners, the OEMs, any resistance in sharing that data that you need with you? Has it been restricted contractually? Have there been any data security issues or anything like that that prevents you from doing your job better? Thank you.
Thank you. Very good question. Generally, that's exactly like you mentioned. We have each time a contract, and it is stipulated that, and typically we do not use this data, or we do not use this data in a more open way. But generally, as the tendency is really about the sharing data and getting more open about the data, and especially when we kind of like anonymize this data. I think in the future, probably it is absolutely possible to do it and to get like a wider benefit out of it. But yeah, we do not share any of our clients' data.
More questions? I had to ask it. As you are the inspirators, then who is the most important target group you would like to inspire?
Yeah. As this is wind conference, so we would like to talk first with asset owners or wind park developers or wind park owners, but also we would be happy actually to talk to everybody here, because this is our first time in this conference, and I'm really impressed that this is so big. And I have had very many fruitful discussions already, so I'm really a newbie. I would be happy to talk to all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I really hope that everyone from you here will be inspired at the end of the day. And I'm also very happy because of this format here, because talented people get together, share their ideas, and be nice to each other. And what is very important, small companies like the inspirators have quite equal position and possibility to share their ideas, just like the bigger companies. And now we can continue with a really big company, which is RWE, Offshore Wind, and lead electrical engineer, Mr. Friedrich Koch, is ready here to talk about system integration. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the warm welcome. I need this. Here it is. Excellent, great, thanks. Yeah, as mentioned already, my name is Friedrich Koch, and I'm working as a lead electrical engineer within RWE, one of the global leader in offshore wind. And today I will present some ideas from a developer perspective about system integration of offshore wind energy. About the agenda, I will do a short introduction to RWE, 1, 2, 3 facts. Then I will come to the latest Dutch tender, especially on the topic system integration, which was mentioned over there. But the major topic for this presentation will be definitely offshore wind energy in Estonia until, let's say, the time horizon of 2030. In this topic, I will cover a comparison of the national power consumption to the offshore power generation. Regarding system integration, I will focus on potential DC or AC grid connection solutions. And in the end, I will do also a comparison of these technologies, also looking to the LCOE. Yeah, RWE vision and strategy. They will become carbon neutral in 2040. Today, around 19,000 employees are working for RWE. And you see they will spend roughly 5 billion euros per year. And 45% of these investment will go straight into offshore wind activities. And the remaining 55% go into the area of other green technologies like onshore wind, solar, batteries, and so on. Yes, about the latest tender in the Netherlands. There were already several auctions in the history of offshore wind in the Netherlands. The latest was the so-called HK West. And I would like to focus on the HK West site called 7. And you see, it was an area here in front of the Dutch coast. And in principle, also as mentioned of the history of, you see the different auctions in the Netherlands, the primary objective remains the same, so to minimize the price by maximum security of realization of the offshore wind farm. But in this auction, you see they came up with an additional crucial decision criteria, which was system integration. And RWE was successful in that auction, and they win the site because, from my perspective, it seems that they provided the best technical investment and innovations, which perfectly match the demand of energy within the Netherlands to the flexible generation profile of the offshore wind farms. But how does this scoring was set up? That was an interesting part. You see, I personally would divide it in two areas. I would call it the classical one, and you see that is the innovative part, the new part of this auction. The classical one, in principle, consists of the energy supply, so there was a clear request regarding the annual energy production. Equity or the experience were scored of the developer itself, you see, and the supplier installer they used. And they had for sure a financial bid, but this financial bid was capped at 50 million euros. So as you see this first part, you see, is scored overall with 50%. And the other 50% comes out of the innovative part regarding the system integration specific topic. One was the so-called investment. Investment means that these new technologies have a higher technical readiness level, and so they are able to be rolled out in the wind farm. The other one are the innovations. Innovations in that way, you see, with a lower technical readiness level, which were then presented as R&D activities and demonstrators. What was also scored was knowledge sharing. So in principle, these 100%, or let's say these half of this new, let's say, tender, released, you see, within the different developers, a kind of new thinking, or for minimum an extended thinking about innovations, to integrate innovations in this wind farm, in combination with this wind farm, in addition to the standard wind farm investment. And so the result was that was on top of the investment for the standard wind farm. You see there were a massive investment focus on these innovations and on this investment here. Okay, yeah, this slide, I saw it already this morning, but when I personally saw it for the first time, I was really impressed about all the areas, the potential areas for offshore wind energy in this region. And you see, from a conservative approach, I would say it goes in the direction easy of more than 12 gigawatt. And for the following slides, you see, I would like to use the site 23 as an example, because it's one of the largest sites you see of the Estonian region. It has a dimension of roughly 250 square kilometers, and I would say conservatively, you can easily put 1.2 to 1.3 gigawatt of offshore wind on it. So I add, you see, on this map, you see two circles, 1 and 2, which shows the distance, you see, from the center of the wind farm, because on the following slide, you will see about potential grid connection points or cable routes. That is also what I've seen, and I was quite happy about that. You see that the shortest connection definitely will go to the island of Saaremaa. Alternatives are, you see, to go around the island straight to the mainland to Lihula, or another alternative would be to go straight to the Pärnu region. But as you see, this is already in the dimension of more than 200 kilometers. And when you take something like that into account, You will also see yet that, for example, Latvia, you see with roughly 100 kilometers is quite close, and also Gotland/Sweden is in the range of 150 to 160 kilometers. So from offshore perspective, these distances are, you see, not new or not unknown to us. From that end, just one example. What RWE is doing at the moment, it's a project in the UK called Sophia Offshore Wind Farm with an installed capacity of 1.4 gigawatt. And they have the challenge to connect the offshore wind farm over a distance of roughly 220 kilometers to the coastline of the UK. So that might be a solution, but when we look to the specific situation in Estonia, you see, I would like to share, you see, about generation and consumption. This is a graph out of the internet, you see, which shows the actual, in principle, the actual consumption given here over the different months. And here on the x-axis, you see the minimum and maximum load. You see the minimum one are these gray ones, and the maximum are these blue ones. So in principle, in Estonia itself, you see there is a consumption in the range of 600 to, let's say, 1400 megawatts. And when you use the site 23, you see with 12 to 1300 megawatts, in principle, most of the time, you see this wind farm is capable to provide the energy for the whole country. And that, you see, makes a developer thinking about the risk of curtailments. Yeah. On the other hand, you see the installed capacity of January 2021, it's around 2,340 megawatts. If you put another 1,200 or 1,300 on top of that, you see this is a jump directly of more than 50% or an increase. The next one is a transmission system. You see here, all the wind farms, the offshore wind farms will be installed, but what we clearly see that the network in the west, where the wind farms might be installed, you see is less meshed than on the east side. Also, there are some interlinks to the other countries that is already quite positive, but you see about this huge dimension of offshore wind really to be, if that grid is capable to transport it in the other countries, that might be something what needs to be proved. Another topic is what I realized, you see, was about the capacity of the different production modules, like wind farm or something like that. You see that the connection to an individual bay is limited to 400 megawatts. So you are not, at the moment not allowed to interconnect more than 400 megawatts to one bay. So please keep these topics in mind, these facts, because I will come, you see, at a later point to that back. But here I would like to introduce you to some potential grid connection solutions. Here are the HVDC ones. So that is, as I said, you see with Sophia, just from the wind farm goes straight to the coastline. Well known, another activity would be, or solution would be multi-terminal HVDC solutions. You see also capable, you have maybe then two interconnectors to somewhere else, and this is something what you can easily use because you are not really limited in distance. You can, in principle, you can interlink each country around the Baltic Sea. When we look to the HVAC solutions, we have the classic one, so that means really go straight to the island of Saaremaa and interconnect 1.2, 1.3 gigawatt to the grid. But what I've also learned today is, you see that already, you see some of the capacity, you see, of this transmission line is already occupied by PV and maybe other producers. And therefore, you see, I would like to introduce an kind of innovative HVAC multi-infeed solution. That means, you see that from the wind farm, different cables or interconnections will go to Saaremaa, that means to Estonia, one maybe to Latvia, and the other one to Gotland, which means to Sweden. This multi-infeed is compared to the other three alternatives, because these other three alternatives, you see, I just draw a picture, in principle are based on a large centralized offshore substation. You see such here in the middle, and you see this is just a picture you see about the dimension, but we speak about a construction which is easy, let's say 10,000, 15,000 tons. Yeah? And that means all the cables will go, you see, in a star style from the edge of the wind farm straight to the center of the wind farm. When we look to the multi-infeed solution, in principle, it's the other way around, so we turned it inside out. We decided to say, okay, let's do 3 small substations. You see, in principle, easy to design, easy to install. Yeah, and in that way, in principle, we created 3 small offshore wind farms. So the wind turbines, you see, these are the cable strings with the different wind turbines interconnected. So all the wind turbines then are interconnected here. And the same for that side. And you see, in principle, here, the cable goes to Estonia, Latvia, and Goland. But what is new, you see, is that the ends of these 2 cables, of these 2 strings, will be interconnected by a cable. So in a more abstract way, you see it here, the 3 substations, you see all the wind turbines, in principle, interconnected. Each wind turbine is, for minimum, is interconnected to 2 substations. And you see, like a pearl on a chain, yeah, and each wind turbine is, you see, as most of the normal wind turbines already today, are interconnected via a switch on the incoming cable, and you see a switch of the outcoming cable. And what is the benefit? You see, when you look to these green arrows, when you open the switch at this wind turbine or that wind turbine, you will see that the energy will flow, you see, of this 4 wind turbines in that direction, or have to flow. And you see, because of the decoupling, you see the energy will flow in that direction of these wind turbines. If you will change that, you see, and that is something what you can do by open and closing switches, you see that the number of wind turbines have changed. So now a larger number of wind turbines are feeding their energy to this substation and then maybe straight to Latvia. And here it's the other way around. You see only a few numbers are interconnected via this offshore substations to Estonia. So from that perspective, about open and closing switches, you can easily adjust, you see, the power flow in one or in the other direction, which means in one country or in the other country. So remember what I said, you see, about the limited consumption, you see, and it's clearly by using such a technique, you see that the curtailment risk will be clearly reduced. Also, this requirement about, you see, the 400 megawatts I mentioned earlier, you see, in principle, because it's now divided by 3, because we go into 3 countries, you see, it's neutralized, and you see, we will fulfill this requirement. What is also possible, more controllable baseload characters. And you see, the wind farm can also feed in a system which is not synchronized with the other ones. So it doesn't matter, maybe, for example, you see, if Sweden, it's not really synchronized with our system. In a normal way, you had to go via an HVDC system. Yeah, but here, because of the decoupling, you see, of the different wind turbines, you don't have to do it via HVDC. So that means from system integration perspective, you see that the flexible generation profile of the offshore wind farms can be adjusted to match the demand of energy perfectly in the different countries. Okay, here on this slide, you see, I would like to compare, you see, the technologies and the LCOE. On this hand, you see the alternatives of monopolar, bipolar, and multi-terminal. You see, I think, just for information, bipolar, in principle, the difference to monopolar is just, you see, in a fault scenario, this system is still able to provide 50% of the nominal power to the system, to the grid. So here are the HVDC, so the 3 alternatives, and the AC, you see we have the other 2 alternatives, so the classical point-to-point and the multi-infeed system. And here you have the different, I would call it keywords or categories. You see supply chains, robustness. I think they are more or less self-explaining. That means, you see, for supply chain, robustness and maturity, I think you see the HVAC solutions got a positive sign from our end. because you see the AC technology is quite well known in offshore wind business, and we use it over there already for decades compared to the HVDC solutions. When we look to the flexible market connectors or the curtailment risk, clearly the multi-terminal solution and the multi-infeed solution will get the most positive signs from our end because they offer the flexibility to infeed in different countries or in different regions. When we look to the required short circuit ratio, in principle, everything is fine apart from the classical point-to-point one because they are really infeeding in one grid connection point and they are requiring a really strong grid connection point. You see, because of the behavior of the wind turbines or the requests of the wind turbines. And from that end, you see with 1.2, 1.3 gigawatt, you see the number of these grid connections points might be limited. Then the next one is CapEx factor. CapEx factor, clearly, you see the point-to-point classical one AC solution is the best one, but that is only because you see it's directly connected to the island of Saaremaa, so you see quite short cable distance. So from that end, I think that was, you see, the speaker from the ministry, you see, when he was asked about, you see, who will pay the cost for the onshore extension. So maybe when the grid connection costs will increase, maybe then we have to, let's say, adjust this sign. Finally, frequency stability, also I think it's a positive or an upside for the multi-terminal solution and the multi-infeed solution, because again, you see they have the opportunity to infeed in different areas. And if a failure occurs, you see it's not that massive then compared, you see, if everything goes in one connection point. Yeah? So from the overall levelized cost of energy expectation, you see we scored, you see, the multi-infeed solution as the best one. Yes, but please let me finish with, I think I have just another minute or two, with a personal thought about, you see, the situation we are facing here in Estonia or in the Baltics. It goes in that direction, you see, if we really want to integrate that large amount of offshore wind, I personally, that's only possible, you see, of a proactive, cooperative approach between the TSOs and, you see, the developers. And another very important point to me is, you see, the government. And the government on that end, because they can prepare the ground for, you see, pushing the developers to go for more creative, more innovative solution, especially with regard to system integration, to make that happen. Yeah? And maybe one opportunity for this, let's say, ground preparation could be, you see, going for, let's say, this innovative Dutch framework we have seen in the auction on HK West. Okay, that's from my end. Thanks for your attention, and yeah, any questions, shoot to me.
Thank you very much, I should say, keynote lecture. And I would like to thank also Anu Eslas for arranging it. I would like to continue with this idea which you just said. What might be the most important or most serious point of development for Estonia to be fully integrated? Where is the deficit?
The deficit?
Yes.
I don't see a deficit. You see, the situation is, you see, about the consumption here. You see that the consumption is, compared to other countries like Germany, you see it's quite low, yeah? But the absolute numbers of the offshore wind farms, you see that we are doing in UK 1.4 gigawatt or something like that, you see this is identical. Yeah? So there is a massive potential, you see, here in the area for offshore wind, and maybe you see this is to me an advantage. Yeah, so we showed here just one opportunity to really share it, because in this region it is possible. You see, there are different countries and different grids. I don't want to say right next door, but you see in a relatively limited area available. And other alternatives are, you see, using this offshore wind, maybe by transporting, you see, via, let's say, HVDC systems in a larger dimensions. You see what we see now also maybe in Germany or in other countries, which go up to 2 gigawatts. But maybe the next speaker will know it better and will present on that. So there are no... So I think, you see, if I would be the government, that's what I said, you see, why I was linking to the Dutch framework, you see, of that auction. I personally was, by myself, you see, I'm doing offshore wind now roughly 20 years, yeah? I was really impressed, you see, how such a framework, you see, pushed our enthusiasm to get more, you see, innovations into the system, yeah? And you see the innovations we created, you see in the Netherlands, you see they were not only linked to the offshore wind farm itself, we were also looking to the, you see, what could be done onshore, so that really the demand fits to the production. Yeah, so that is the tricky part, and that, you see, we showed one solution on that. So this is something I think what needs to be forced. Yeah, and that is something, you see, where every country really, or every government can push for, you see, to release something like that by the right frameworking.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Any questions here? Terje can help you with a microphone. There is one.
Yes, hello, my name is Kersti Talving. I work at Nordic Investment Bank. I'm not an engineer. But I have this question. So how realistic is the Swedish connection? Have you already checked it with Svenska Kraftnät and the Gotland local distribution system? So is there sort of like, have you done already some research if they are interested in such connection?
We don't have an LOI or things like that, or MOU in place, for sure. You see, it's just an idea. You see, we brought to the table and we would like to present. It's an example just only to show, you see, that developers, you see, not only looking for or request just a clear grid connection point, you see, and say, where's a grid connection point? We would be into, and the rest doesn't care about it. So we show just, you see, that we also think about it. You see how we can best integrate by minimizing the impact or the loads, you see, on the grid. Mm-hmm. So that's the point. But you see, this is, let's say, an idea. You see, we can also extend the cable and maybe can go straight to Sweden, to Stockholm. See, things are also possible, or to somewhere else. Or we can install on that corner maybe an H2 production is also possible. Yeah. So if we are maybe here successful, you see, in the auctions, you see, it might be a potential opportunity.
Okay, so as you are representing Nordic Investment Bank, perhaps we will have some coffee afterwards. Might be a good project. Okay, any more questions? Yes, please. Microphone here.
I remember you said 1/10 of your company is engaged in somehow in hydrogen. Have you any experience in the Netherlands, offshore, hydrogen production, and what perspectives you could see in Estonia?
We are active in different projects in the Netherlands. You see, and the Netherlands is a really pushing market on H2. And we are also have experience, or we are pushing or progressing on H2 projects in Germany. So we have our experience on that end. And you see, also here in this country, H2 is an excellent alternative, or let's say an upside. You see, if you, I don't want to say ignore it, I think you would make a huge mistake, but I only want to say, you see, that's a personal thought, yeah? I think, you see, if you have so much wind as you have and so many sites and locations, I think it has to be on your wish list. Yeah.
Actually, a couple of questions are continuing with the hydrogen topics. You did not mention hydrogen in your example. Why? And a longer question, in the case of optimized and integrated offshore wind energy production, would you think that there could be still curtailment, which in turn could be a possibility for hydrogen production? So in essence, would you see a future for hydrogen production here?
It's mentioned, for sure.
Yes.
But not, you see, only as for partial load. You see, hydrogen facilities normally use, let's say, a continuous electricity flow. So, and if you always stop, start, you see that's not good for the lifetime of H2. So to me, it's not, you see, that it's only a minor share. I think to me, H2 will become a massive part, you see, on this power consumption, what we will produce offshore.
Okay. Thank you. So, meine Damen und Herren, Friedrich Koch.
Thank you.
Well, WindGrid is Elias Group's new subsidiary with the objective to develop, build and operate offshore transmission grids outside of Germany and Belgium. And Markus Laukamp, CEO of WindGrid, comes from Brussels, and we'll talk about unlocking Estonia's potential through innovative multi-purpose interconnectors. Floor is yours.
Very happy to be here and be able to address you with these thoughts. And I think the questions at the end of the last presentation already paved the way towards what I will be talking about, because I think what I liked in the talks that I've seen so far here is that you're taking different perspectives on offshore wind in this conference. And I will add, hopefully, another one, that one of the grid operator. And indeed, Elia is the Belgian grid company, which also owns 90% in 50 Hertz, one of the 4 TSOs in Germany. And WindGrid is indeed, as introduced, the newest child since the beginning of last year. We are part of the family, and we have a specific task within the group, which is to be built up. We believe first of our kind, because classically from the EU unbundling, the regulated TSOs are typically restrained to the areas that they are assigned to, 50 Hertz to parts of Germany, Elia transmission to the Belgium grid. And WindGrid was founded to bring the experience. And there it is. WindGrid was actually built from the reflection that Elia transmission in Belgium and 50 Hertz together have built about 13 offshore wind connections in total in the past 10-15 years. And but they are restricted to working in their regulated areas. And WindGrid was founded to bring the experience that Elia has made in these developments also to other parts of the world, because we believe that the energy transition is a worldwide affair, and that we can add to the energy transition by bringing our knowledge also to other countries in business models to be defined. But generally, we would like to be as close as possible to the original model. We also would like to own later at least a part of what we built, also to show that we think that it's worth owning. So what is actually the part that we bring to the table? I'll focus on the technological part, but the discussion of after the last shows also that there's a regulatory and a political part that is very important. The larger the undertakings get, but I will focus on that one in the second part of the talk. So what we have seen in the past 10 years as a group is that it has been an advanced technological stream in innovation. It has been a journey from what we call radial connections, so basically connecting a wind farm to one connection point, typically in the country that also owns the wind farm. Then going one step further in bundling different wind farms into what we called hubs, and then bringing from these hubs the power into the country, which makes it a little bit cheaper because you need less cables, and also a little bit more reliable because you have different redundancies in the system, so that even if one cable fails, the other ones can transport the power. Then on the same time, I think the other technologies that is important here, besides offshore wind farm connections, is interconnectors. And we believe that the next step that we have already started in a couple of projects is to mix the two, to bring interconnectors that basically help rebalance inequalities in the systems of two countries, and use the capacity that is in there also to bring offshore wind ashore. So what is basically on our minds at the moment are what we call multi-purpose interconnectors and islands. Artificial islands in our case, and Elia and our colleagues at Elia Transmission Belgium are currently very much have on the top of their heads what we call our Princess Elizabeth artificial island, which will be the first of its kind in Europe. We'll build the island probably in 25, and then the electrical equipment will come on top of that probably 28, 29. Why do we do this? Because obviously it's more expensive to build an island which is bigger than just a platform. The reason behind that is that we see, and I will come to that in the next, that there's a growth in the business, and there are things that we know that we will need some flexibility for. And the platforms are very much optimized to be as cost efficient as they can be, which basically means if you go on them, they are pretty cramped and pretty inflexible if you want to upgrade them. The islands offer more space, as you can see on the right hand side. There's space for expansion, and we believe that expansion will happen as we are at the beginning of this offshore wind journey in Europe. So add to the fact that the Belgium coastline is actually limited in size. There's an ample need for flexibility offshore, and that is where we believe islands will be part of the game in the long term. So that's what we are thinking about, and we think that those steps will not be restricted to some countries, but we believe that when we look at the targets that the EU has set to itself, and you see the tendency on the left-hand side, they keep increasing. And of course, in the last year, for the unfortunate reasons of the Ukraine war, there has been an accelerated pathway in these targets, because we realize that renewable energy also makes us more independent of some countries that we don't always want to do business with at the moment. So what we see is that the targets increase, and of course, when we look at offshore wind, then a lot of the development that has taken place in the past 10 years is now very strong. When I remember when we started offshore wind I was not even starting, but when I was on the Dong side of things 10, 15 years ago, turbines were a lot smaller, wind farms were a lot smaller. I think now I'd consider offshore wind as one of the technologies that will stand and that will keep expanding as one of the backbones of the renewable production. And I think in the past couple of years, the integration of that energy into the networks has become more and more on the focal point, and that's why the networks become ever more important and need this innovation that Elia stands for, and the subsequent increase in our thinking about what technologies to bring to the ground. So you've seen on the last slide that even for the Baltic Sea, the targets that were set in the Energy Security Conference last year It's basically a sevenfold from today. So there's a lot of potential to be built, and we have talked from Friedrich's last presentation already about that there is a lot of potential in Estonia, and maybe building on what he said, if we look at the potentials that are in the Baltic Sea, then the good news is that there's a lot more potential than is in the targets and is needed. But also when we look into the system integration part of it, we see that as in Estonia, many of the countries who have great wind potentials don't have a lot of appetite for this offshore wind because they are already pretty green. It's not the biggest demand centers. But on the other hand, there are other countries where you can go. So as you can see in the BMIP study, if you just restrict yourself to the need of the countries and try to match the need for renewables by each individual country with the resources that are there, then you will not get to the need. So there will have to be some cooperation between countries. And the reason for that is that there is a mismatch between countries that have more power resources in renewables and an apparent huge sink or demand area for renewables in the center of Europe. So we believe that one of the purposes of interconnection will be to bring the power from where it is abundant to where it is needed. And that means even going beyond the distances that you have seen in Friedrich's presentation of 150 kilometers. We believe that there is an EU interest in bringing power from countries like Estonia with its great potential into countries like Germany with its huge demand of renewable energy. And of course, as discussed at the end, it is not just going to be about power. I think the simple fact that we have to realize is that most of the renewable energy comes to life at the moment as in the form of an electron. But of course, the discussion whether we will make H2 out of it because it has a better energy density, that's all things that will be discussed when we talk about different integration pathways, and I'm pretty sure we'll have all of that. I'll focus in my presentation on the power grid. So, having realized that there's a misbalance between countries that have abundant resources and those who have abundant need. There is a case for interconnection, which is usually a cable in our case with high tech on both sides, and the cable actually is also high tech when you talk to the engineers. So what is actually what are we actually missing? We have there are a couple of examples, and there are initiatives of the transmission companies of Europe to see how we can bring things together. And for example, 50 Hertz has very much brought forward the proposal of an interconnector that would do what I just described, bringing power from the Baltic states into Germany. And that's just an example. What we have seen in discussing with our colleagues in 50 Hertz is that there is a good case for that. TSOs usually look at what they call, or what we call, socioeconomic benefit, which encompasses all of these things, what makes societies better. So it could be CO2, it could be congestion, it is strengthening the grids, it is increasing supply security. And if you look at that, there is on the level of these interconnectors, there are good cases to be found, and we believe that is something that should be realized. So what does it actually take? I'll come to later. But technologically, we believe this is feasible from the technologies that are already there. We would have to use HVDC because that's the best technology to bring things over distances like here around 600, 700 kilometers. What we also see is that things like this are already being prepared. One example, actually also of 50 Hertz, is the Kriegers Flak hybrid interconnector, which is an interesting example where there were wind farms connected to Denmark, Kriegers Flak, and there were wind farms connected to Germany. They were actually pretty close together. So that the idea that was developed between Energinet and 50 Hertz was, why not connect them? But of course, that was not the whole trick, because the two networks in Denmark and Germany are not synchronized. So we had to put in a short HVDC connection on the German side to make sure that that can actually be done. But now we have a very interesting situation where the wind that is generated can either go to Denmark or to Germany, depending on where it is needed most. And if there's no wind, actually the cable can be used to transport energy between Denmark and Germany, which also means that the cable is utilized a lot better, not just the 4,000 hours that the typical wind farm gives, but closer to 8,000 hours, which can be done with an interconnector that's running. So it's a better utilization. It comes, of course, at the cost of the investments of the additional cable and the additional converter station. But it's been also, in terms of socioeconomic benefit, quite a good case for both countries. And that, of course, also raises the interest in the EU, which we would like to also see in longer interconnectors, for example, from Germany into the Baltic countries. So then, as promised in the beginning, what is missing? So we can do it technologically. It looks as if everybody would benefit from it. So what's actually missing? And we believe that what it takes, and this may actually be a good time for this, for a change, because the need is more obvious than usually, is political will. These are pretty complex things with a lot of stakeholders, with a lot of different technologies, with a lot of projects of different timelines in the middle. So we believe that you need to have dedicated politicians on both sides. We believe that, or we know that Germany is quite interested in doing something like that. We hope to get the interest of the Baltic countries as well for this, and then it's about also regulation. But our experience is if we keep the complexity low, or let's say as low as possible in the project, then, and we have the momentum from two states wanting to do that, we will probably have an easy case with the EU to put in some money and then also come up with a regulation that can be done as we did in Kriegers Flak. So my plea here would be to just start with a concrete project, and we'll advertise for that on our trip and before and after here. And that was what I wanted to present to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this interesting presentation. Do we have questions? Oh, yes, there are. The first one.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Elve van den Burg. You gave a presentation about also the hydro, which is part in interconnectors. Could I maybe challenge you to implement that part? I know we talk about future, but how important that is going to be and how realistic it still is to make those interconnectors? Because from my understanding, sending the energy from Estonia to Germany is quite a long way. Also looking at the national grids of all those countries that are maybe not up to scale yet for everything. Might that not be a first priority before the interconnectors? And when hydrogen comes into play, how important are the interconnectors then still? Could you maybe tell a little bit more about your vision on that exactly?
As I said in the introduction, I think there will be different technology. You asked for technologies. I think there will be different technologies. And if you look at the sheer volume of the offshore, when we are looking about targets of 300 gigawatts, there is plenty for everything. And I think what we see is not only a need if you look at, let's take Germany as an example, because I know the numbers a little bit better than from other countries. I think there's still currently there is a couple of terawatt hours missing on the renewable side in the power side, and then you have the heat side, which would probably be a better case for liquid or gaseous energy sources. So I'm sure there will be solutions of all different energy carriers. We believe that when we just look at the electricity side, there is socioeconomic benefit of this interconnector. And the reason to take the other part of your question, I think also there will be also connections that are shorter distance. But if you look at the potential in Estonia of 15 to 20 gigawatts, it's pretty tough to find 15, 20 gigawatts and not go into Germany, Poland, or something which is further away. So you'll have the short-term. I think there's also economic room for the longer distance things. And if you talk perspective and vision, I think we'll see the disbalance between the north of Europe and the center. It's not about one or two lines. I think what we're seeing is the beginning of a development where we will have probably some kind of an offshore grid. That, of course, doesn't start as the fully fledged version, but it starts with some connections, and then there's another one, there's another one. And maybe 20, 30 years from now, we have an offshore grid, but it has to start at some point. And this is also why we advertise for point-to-point connections, because you can manage them so much easier than huge structures.
Okay, another question was here. Yes, please.
Yeah, my name is Till from TPM Engineers, and my question was already partly answered. The question was, do you see at some point in the future a kind of a pan-European grid consisting of HVDC multi-terminal connectors, which is kind of overlaying the existing grids?
Yes.
Short answer.
No, I think it is part of what I answered before, and I think there's reasons. It will take time, but when you look at the importance of renewable energy, of the importance of offshore that will place in that, and then of the distribution where the offshore will be generated, then it's hard to have a vision of what the electricity system looks like in 20, 30 years without that.
You wrote out the importance of such kind of projects. Well, in Estonia, we pretty much know the importance about the Rail Baltic, for example, and we have understood that also people in Brussels know that as well, 10T and so on. But is such kind of, let's say, this idea about these interconnectors, is it important in this region for also Brussels? Is it understandable?
Yes, I mean, if you look at all the initiatives towards bringing renewables into Europe, I think, and if you look at the targets and where that comes from, I think it will be an easy case, at least when you look at the socioeconomic benefit on both sides. Mm-hmm. And it's always both sides that need to work. Otherwise, projects usually don't get from the ground. Our calculations show that both sides profit.
Good, very good. Any more questions? No, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
GROW is a joint research program in offshore wind that initiates research and accelerates innovations and Grow's strength lies in its ability to run focused, sequential and complementary RD&D activities. That's the description, but now we see the person himself, David Jager from Director at Grow.
Yes, let me present to you Grow and a little bit of context that we operate in. Not to be bragging about it, but just mirror to you how it could work. You believe that Estonia is a small country, but if you look at the Netherlands, it's in fact also quite a tiny country. So we can be bragging, we are with a lot of more people, but we also learned it the hard way. Because in the past, our offshore wind energy policies were disastrous. But we learned also from other countries in Europe, and I think this is a good initiative to indeed learn from each other and share that with each other. And this initiative is about a cooperation of industry partners and knowledge institutes that want to improve offshore wind in all the ways. Cheaper, sustainably sound, and well connected in any system. So I would like to set up this as follows. A short introduction on what we are. A little bit on the background in the Netherlands on how innovation is being supported. An overview of what we do, just to give a flavor of the type of projects that are at least important for our partners in the Netherlands. And zooming in on an exciting project that's called CIMOX. I keep saying CIMOX, that sounds more Dutch, but it's CIMOX. So what is GROW? Well, GROW is a joint research program in offshore wind and innovation. So it's about technology, but on the right side you see it's also about people. And that's my role. I'm director of a really small office that helps this network to do its job. And it's really about bringing people together, exchanging ideas, developing new ideas, invest in trust so that indeed competitors are telling each other that what keeps them awake at night, and that's where it's worthwhile to share those challenges and cooperate and make it better. We represent almost the full supply chain, and here you see a kind of the circle that depicts it. So from the supply side, we have some manufacturers. We have LM Wind Power, which is a rotor blade manufacturer. They have a research lab in the Netherlands. They are owned by GE, wind turbine manufacturer, and GE is also involved in our projects. We have Siemens Gamesa. They joined in last November, bringing in their expertise. We have DOT. I should mention DOT. It's a really small startup with a very innovative idea of making offshore wind. Monopile manufacturers, equipment manufacturers, and then we see a whole range of Ampelman, walk-to-work technology, contractors that do the actual building of these offshore locations, developers. So you see quite some names that are already in this room. They are either operating wind farms offshore in the Netherlands, or they have just won a tender in that area and are going to build one. And that's also a big group. And they are circling around 4 knowledge institutes that, like the Taltech, we have the Technical University in Delft. They have a lot of ideas and a lot of scientific knowledge, and they support this network together with Deltares, TNO, and Marin. And they are extremely active in this area. It's also good to know that it took time to get here. GROW was predecessed by FLOW, far and larger offshore wind energy, and it was a kind of first testing of how well can it work if you bring 2 competitors together. In 2016, GROW was set up, and it lasted for 6 years. There was a program, and that was continued last November. And then we said, hey, everybody is talking about 2030. Let's go for 2030. The ambitions of the first part were a cost reduction of 20% in the Netherlands, but basically anywhere where you would be building offshore wind turbines. That was achieved. And then in 2016, we had roughly 20 parties, and we said we are 24/7. And the 7 stood for 7 cents per kilowatt hour cost price for offshore wind in 2030. 3 months later, Dong, now Ørsted, won a tender in the Netherlands and they offered a price of 7 cents per kilowatt hour. So our milestone was reached within a few months. Well, in fact, the turbines are erected in 2021, so we give that granted. So cost reduction was important, and it is still in the current phase of our program. Further cost reductions, but clearly also attention for system integration and symbiosis inclusive design. So looking at multi-use, aquaculture, fisheries, but also floating solar and other activities offshore, and ecology. In our current program, we have a business plan and we have roughly 4 themes that we are looking on. Maximizing the value creation of the wind resource, that's an important one, from the turbine to the system level. Bottom fixed foundations, that has to do with all the contractors that are part of GROW, and that's their core business, and that we do quite some research there. And some new topics, floating, not so relevant for the North Sea, the Dutch part of the North Sea, but for our partners it's clearly also an export opportunity if we do more about that. And circularity and symbiosis inclusive design, as mentioned, is also a topic that we want to do more. Also because it's part of these tenders. You can score points, so you need to come up with new innovations, so we work on that. Some cross-cutting themes are doing more with data, using artificial intelligence, but also really opening up the information flow from owners of wind farms to knowledge institutes, so that we can really learn from these systems, not only to control it better, but also to test innovations. And we are coordinating and finding some test sites that we can use both onshore and offshore to combine multiple demonstration projects or research projects. Really fast about how we are organized. So we have all these partners. We have a foundation that's called the GROW Foundation, and I'm the director of that. It's really small. It's a small office, 2.5 full-time units, 5 people, helping this network to work. And this network consists of this consortium, all these partners. They have signed a program agreement, which basically is the legal text on how do we work. And in a way, you could say it's one big non-disclosure agreement. So if we meet, we are protected by this NDA, which makes it also legally easy to trust each other. And that's very important if you're talking about very sensitive innovations. We meet in innovation meetings, workshops, and bilaterally. Then ideas pop up, and we want to, well, further explore that in a project. Then we define a project. We may ask for subsidy at the government or not. And then the projects can operate on themselves, and they have their project agreements. And apparently, well, not apparently, it's logic, that has appeared to be a very important aspect of this cooperation. We have a template of a contract. 20 parties have agreed on that. And if we stick to the template, we can get a contract within a month. So all the lawyers are now unemployed because they know if we stick to the template, we can speed up this innovation process. And sometimes we have to deviate for it, so they look at the details, but it works really good. Then looking at how we fit in the innovation landscape in the Netherlands. This year, we hope to have installed 4.5 gigawatts of offshore wind. And that was the result of an energy accord that we, I think 10 years ago, agreed on by the cabinet. So there was a roadmap for this 4.5 gigawatts. Then we have a climate accord 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, 2019. And that set targets for 2030. That was 11.5 gigawatts. That has been doubled more or less to 21 gigawatts now. And that has been a very important driver for the deployment of offshore wind. But also on innovation, the climate accord defined some longer-term objectives for innovation, and they called multi-annual mission-driven innovation programs. So we had the climate accord, had 4 social themes, with energy transition and sustainability being one of that, also agriculture and others. Then we had 5 missions, one for the electricity sector, looking for a 49% emission reduction of CO2 in 2030 and almost carbon neutral in 2050, and some others for the other sectors. And the number one vision was offshore renewable electricity. And that is kind of the framework that a lot of the innovations in the Netherlands are being developed under. The program is being established with a dialogue between government, science, and the industry. And that is kind of the framework that we can operate in. And then there are various policy instruments that support it. We have for the more fundamental research, we have the Ministry of Science, and they have dedicated programs, open calls or thematic calls that can be valuable for offshore wind. And the Netherlands Enterprise Agency has more particular tools from lower to higher technology readiness levels. And that's a pity a little bit, they are part of this climate accord, which means that any innovation should contribute to an lower cost of CO2 emission reduction by 2030. And 2030 for innovation, that's already tomorrow. So that needs to change, that's one on our wish list. In terms of budgets, roughly we have some 200 to 400 million euros spent by the government on energy research, which is all energy technologies. Roughly 50 to 100 go to renewables, and on and offshore wind get some, or they take, you could say, 15 to 50 million euros, depends per year. Our program is funded by contributions from partners and some support from the government, and we ask project management fees. I'll skip that a bit. And the projects are funded by the subsidies from the government, some common fund, we have some extra money sometimes, and contributions by the project partners. And as we just heard from Friedrich Koch, in some cases there's a huge amount of innovation budget related to this innovation part of these, the Hollandse Kust West tenders. So that's also, some projects are brought under GROW because of that. On average, we have some 60% subsidy, 30% contribution from GROW partners, and 10%, I'm rounding the figures, from non-GROW parties, because we're also open for cooperation with parties that are not part of the consortium. The portfolio. Looking at time, this is the tricky part because, of course, I can dive into every project. The first one is an example of this fully financed by industry. That's the dynamic wind farm flow control. That was part of a previous tender, and that was won by a consortium of Shell and Eneco. And this is about controlling the wake effect. And this is going to be a new dance in Europe, watch me. If you align the yaw of your turbine and also the pitch, and do it in the same time, and do it in a smart way with a low frequency, you control the wake that's behind your wind turbine in such a way that the second and the third row get much more, don't get the turbulence from your first row and get fresh wind, so to say. In the laboratory, that is already resulting in a 20% higher production of the whole wind farm, which is tremendous. And we expect that in reality it would be a few percents for the whole wind farm. And this is an 7-year project with a lot of research, because this dance also affects the turbine behavior, the fatigue and the damage, so you need to optimize that. We have a project looking at what sensors can help together with artificial intelligence and data processing to improve your wind farm. We have a project on flexible offshore wind hydrogen power, which is looking at a new HVDC concept that can easily switch from the grid to an electrolyzer, which also has consequences for the turbine composition. So this is on the wind farm and system integration level. On the turbine, we have this DOT wind project that doesn't have an electrical generator, but a water pump on top in the nacelle, lower weight, and the pressured water can be brought to a central turbine, and that has lower costs. We are looking at a leading-edge erosion in the project that has been completed, and also looking at optimized control strategies. We want to know where there is rain that is doing all this damage to these rotor blades. So an atlas is now being made. And in fact, yesterday we published an article in our web magazine and a podcast on this particular project. We're looking at bolts. This is, for me, I'm not a really offshore technician, but like, okay, bolts. I think they are around for quite a while. That's true. But if you look at the scale of the wind turbines, that's really a new dimension, and all the knowledge and the engineering technologies that we have are, if you have a bolt, if you can hardly carry it, it's super heavy. So that's one thing. Also another rather obvious topic, rust, corrosion. The monopiles, the structures, they are suffering from corrosion, especially under continuous loading, and that's also a project that we are looking at. A project MIDAS, looking at the effects of cyclic loading in general on the turbine, and a project for jackets, which is replacing ordinary welding with, I call it gaffer tape, just gaffer taping all the joints with superior quality. They outperform ordinary welding many times. In terms of noise, we are looking at bubble screens, better understanding. We have a project that has been completed, and maybe we address that a little bit later when I talk with Edwin. That's the slip joint. Just slide a tower over a foundation. You install it within 10 minutes if it's a light turbine like here. So it's just as simple as that. You don't need bolts, you don't need grouting. Just slide it over, let the vibration of the wind sink it in, and it works. I will ask Edwin about it later. About installation, we have, I will address it a little bit more in detail, a project that is using vibration technologies. In fact, several ones. And the Cymox projects listed here, I will talk about a little bit more in detail. We're looking at decommissioning. That's a project initiated by RWE, by using hydraulic water pressure, just push the monopiles out of the soil after the end of the lifetime. That's an exciting one. You see it, test sites, you see them coming up. And we do a project on symbiosis. We are looking what are the challenges that require more technical solutions to address, and how can we as Grow partners play a role in that. And that's in interaction with a lot of stakeholders, NGOs, and government organizations. Then looking at this Cymox project, which I think is a good example of the value of cooperation, and how we, a big one as well, and how we go from challenge to solution. What's the challenge? The challenge is that wind turbines are getting bigger. That means that the foundations need to get bigger. In the North Sea, and I think also here in the Baltic Sea, monopiles are, for a long time, will be the preferred solution. If you hammer them into the soil, that makes a lot of noise. You need a lot of mitigation. And in fact, for these bigger monopiles, we believe that it will be hardly impossible to mitigate enough noise. And in fact, you will even damage the structures. So we need to find a solution for that. Otherwise, the future of offshore wind will stop with the current technologies. And this was a common problem. So as a developer, if you risk that we might be close to the noise standards, you risk that at some point you get over it and that you have to terminate your project and wait for better conditions. And each day costs a lot of money. So how can we find new technologies? And do they actually deliver in terms of noise mitigation? And are they trustworthy as a good foundation for projects? There are several candidates. And they are being explored in this Cymox project, which stands for Sustainable Installation of Very Large XXL Monopiles. It's a 3-year project, roughly €6.5 million with €4 million government subsidy, so it's quite big. And at the start, we had 14 project partners, but it has attracted a lot of interest from the sector. So at the moment, we are with 20, and we are discussing with number 21 and number 22 on participation. And here you see the logos. Quite some contractors and project developers are participating. So we want to, in general, this is the why. Bigger turbines, we want to lower the costs because of that. Monopiles are preferred, but they might not be able to deliver. And with Simex, we want to accelerate the deployment and development of some new technologies. And I will skip this one, and I will present the technologies a little bit later. So we are looking at vertical vibrations, just shaking the turbine, and they go into the soil. We have vertical and torsional shaking. There's another European dance that will be very popular in the coming years. We can also looking at the vibrojet, where you shake, and at the same time you use water to fluidize the sand, the soil, and that reduces the friction, so it goes easier into the soil. And of course, we impact it with the ordinary hammering. And we compare it on different aspects like drivability. Can a contractor get the pile into the ground deep enough? But also the lateral bearing capacity because of all the forces from waves and wind in the whole structure. And we develop models looking at noise prediction. They have to be updated. There are no models at the moment validated for the vibration technologies, but also on the lateral bearing capacity and drivability. And we do it in the laboratory. We do it at an onshore site and in offshore testing. And we combine it with quite some stakeholder involvement because we might end up with a perfect technology, but there are no standards that can be applied to it because it's a new technology. So we need the authorities and the certification bodies to walk with us along the course. So we spent quite some time on that. So will vibrations be the solution? So here you see the three approaches. The impact hammer, just boom, boom. The conventional vibration, that's the vertical one, and this GDP. And as an example, if you are in the beach and you want to have some shades and you have a parasol, you want to put it into the soil, you are not doing it like this, but you are twisting it. Well, that's the technology behind this, and it's quite silent. This is a demonstration that has been done with this gentle driving of piles in the past. It's not Corona, don't worry. Fluidization, that's an add-on. So if you use a water beam to fluidize the soil, that can help to reduce friction. And this is a nice example. This has been developed in outside and inside GROW and is now part of the Hollandse Kustwest 6 winning bid because it will be tested and demonstrated there as well, so in a commercial project. So this is a nice example of how the more lower TRL research can result in actual demonstration in reality. And the claims are that they are 4 times faster in installation, 2 times deeper, lower energy per installation, and lower noise emissions. And this has to be validated and measured in this project, but also in other projects. We are now in some laboratory tests, and if you could click on the left one. This is a small pile, 30 centimeters diameter. Bong bong. And if you can stop it and click on the other, there you have this different noise, so different frequency spectrum. It's not an impulse, it's a continuous noise. I don't know how the seals or the porpoises or the fish will respond to this, so this is part of what we need to test after this Simex project. Yeah, you can, maybe I can do it myself. Yeah. So the onshore test, the laboratory tests that you just saw were just at Deltares in a big basin with a lot of sand, very controlled. And the tests have been performed at the end of last year. And this spring we are going to do the onshore tests. They are in progress. There will be bigger piles, more than 2 meter diameter. And it's a really fancy program. So we are testing a lot of configurations, different wall thickness, of course, the different installation technologies. So this should be a real source of a lot of insights in these technologies. But that's not the only thing. We also go offshore, especially for the noise measurements. So in the offshore situation, there will be quite extensive measurements of noise. And that will be in this Hollandse Kust West, because we already have very good soil data, so we know what the characteristics are, so that makes it easier to understand what we are dealing with and to make sure that the models work. So what we will get is a good data set that will validate all these pile driving models, and we will get more insights in the noise prediction of several of these technologies. Vibration is the key here. The impact hammer is already known. So underwater noise models, and we will provide input for the Dutch policymakers on environmental protection, on the preparation of future legislation. And we will get more data on predicting the lateral bearing capacity for piles, so that the contractors know what they are dealing with. And for that we also have involved a certifying body. Having said that, more information you can find on our website, Grow Offshore Wind. If you want to hear me stuttering in English on the podcast, then you can go to Spotify to Grow to Go. There's a podcast series, which is a more popular version, also to attract more students and PhD people for the offshore sector, because also here in Holland we have a problem with finding good skilled people. So that's that, and here you see an impression of this website. This is the more technical stuff, and this is the look and feel of the more popular, the web magazine that we have presented. And with that, I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you. One question. Does GROW participate in the delivery of wind energy solutions or only in the development and research?
Only in development and research? Yeah. So if a technology becomes mature, and I'm going to ask Edwin in a moment about that, then it's of course interesting for competitors to own the IP and to further develop it and to commercialize it. So we really do pre-competitive research. There we try to make the cake big, and after the cake is big, the partners compete for the biggest share of this cake, and that will be bigger than if you do it alone.
Good. Any more questions to David? No? Yes, there has to be one, at least.
We are a global investor, developer, and operator of green production assets. And David, very short 2 questions. The first question is, you have seen this tremendous drop in LCOE over the last 20 years. I mean, what kind of LCOE do you predict for 2030, 2035? What is the target? And the other question is, I mean, I was really impressed about all these innovations, but the question is, how do we get these innovations to Estonia, to offshore wind here? I mean, is it public? I mean, what is in your mind? Because I see a lot of, let's say, quite smart Estonian engineers here. I mean, probably they really would look for that. Thank you.
Well, these innovations will come to you because the projects will be developed here, and these are all, you see that most of them are international organizations, so they will bring in that expertise to any market they are operating in, and clearly the Dutch parties would like to be active here, but we also have many multinationals in our, so they will come here, but I think what would help if in the tender system of Estonia, if you also incorporate these innovation criteria. And Friedrich Koch was really pleased with how it intensifies the thinking at RWE. And I think that can work. And if you bring in some elements that would be beneficial for Estonia and the Estonia science sphere, then you will see that a lot of these developers will come to Taltech and to all your institutes to harvest and to better understand the Estonian situation. So that is for the policymakers to make it work. And I've got your first question that, the cost reduction. Yeah, so we are now, nobody knows where we are right now. So in the Netherlands, we came from 14 cents to 7 cents, partly because of innovations, but a lot has to be done because of better organizing ourselves. That was a big chunk of it. I think we are now roughly between 4 and 5. I think costs could go to as low as to between 2 and 3 cents per kilowatt hour. But there might also be some cost increasing drivers, for instance, ecology, that we have to be aware of. In Holland, really, we have big problems with noise. If we go from 20 to 70 gigawatts, there will be a constant installation noise, and that has to be reduced significantly. So there might also be some cost increasing elements, inflation rates, steel prices, other crises, I don't know. But well, let's aim for 3 cents, excluding the grid connection.
Okay, any more questions? Then I would like to continue now with a short Dutch panel here. If you would like to take a seat here.
Can people see us if we sit?
Yes. And I would like to introduce you a gentleman who is well known in Estonia as a wind ambassador and I should say mentor for many people in wind issues, including myself. Edwin van der Broek. And he has helped and supported the Estonian wind community a lot. So please take a seat. And I give you also the topic to talk about. It might be Estonia's possibilities for introducing innovative technologies in constructing offshore wind parks, if possible.
I'm not allowed to say any stupid thing now anymore, is it?
You know how to deal.
I think if you talk about innovations, and also on Jörg's question, I think there are two principal things, three maybe, which we have to consider. Offshore wind in itself is already innovation on the job all the time. We don't do a similar trick. We don't build the same house. We see that every house is every time located on a more specific place. Above the water, it's deeper, it's getting bigger, it's going higher. So every time that we think we can install a turbine, Pavel and the teams of Siemens come up and say, well, you have one size bigger, and we want to have it a bit higher. Oh yeah, and the water depth is also a bit deeper. So that's one aspect what you see. The second aspect is, and I think that was clearly shown also in what David said, is that if you go offshore to do the real test, you talk about real money. The tests, what we saw on the Fistuka hammer and on the slip joint, then you're not talking about thousands, you talk about millions. So you have a way to comfort that. You have a way to pay for it. And essentially, I think you saw it in the Netherlands that you do it by combining things with auctions, by making that a must-have in an auction, a must-have for a project. And the last thing, if you bring it to Estonia, don't copy-paste what we do. It's of course beautiful, but if you look at the Simax project that was just presented by David, it doesn't make sense to take any of it on board in Estonia, because you can take your parasol to Saaremaa. I've been there on the beach a few times, and you can try turn it in the rock. But after 20 minutes of turning, your parasol just became 1 meter lower, but you didn't get into it. So what we also saw yesterday in the meeting in Taltech is please try to find what are the specific questions you have in Estonia. Where is your need? Where's your specific ideas? What's your specific questions you have on how to develop an offshore wind farm which is standing on top of the rock? Because that's not. There are 2 projects now in France, and we were lucky in the beginning to do one of these projects. After a year, we were unlucky because let's say, we had a very educational project. But that's the only experiences now. And that's, of course, something where Estonia maybe can make the first steps and where we can learn from you if you do it in the right way. ICE is something like that as well. We have Last time that we had ice was 1963, if not before that time. But you have it on a regular basis. And what's the impact on construction, installation, and operations and maintenance? So I think those are the three aspects where you really have to think about, isn't it?
I agree. Yeah, and I also think it's a continuous development that across European countries, or in fact worldwide. So it's a constant improvement. Innovations that are being deployed in one country will be improved and adapted to another country, especially if they're proven to be valuable. And that takes time. And maybe that's a good example, this slip joint, just the tower slipping over the monopile. That was already developed in this flow project, so 10 years ago. And was further matured in GROW. And there we had this demonstration with a small wind turbine offshore from a floating vessel. And it worked. But then I think you were fortunate there was a tender in the Netherlands where there was an opportunity to do it in real time. Maybe you can tell.
You had the Borssele 1, 2, 3, 4 tenders. In total 2.8 gigawatt in projects. And there was Borssele 5. It was 20 megawatts. And by combining that Borssele 5 in that area of offshore wind, we, with partners, were able to more or less become owner-operator of 20 megawatt. But because the grid was there, the OSS was there, we were anyhow one of the construction companies doing the construction of the Borssele 3 and 4. So everything was in place to do something stupid, like a slip joint or scour-friendly scour protection, some specific corrosion protection. And just by having all these things in place, we were now able to prove that the slip joint also works with a 10 megawatt turbine on top of it. So that has been proven, it's standing there now. But now the next step comes up, and it's how are you going to use that in a commercial offshore wind farm? Because if someone invests 2 to 3 billion in an offshore wind farm, you know, he even needs more proof that a slip joint works. Or maybe on the negative side, he needs proof that the bolts will fail, which could work for us as well. So that's the kind of discussion you will have now. We like to use the slip joint. We can prove that it works on a 10 megawatt, but does it also work on a 50 megawatt? And is RWE, Vattenfall, Utilitas, or are they willing to put their investment of 2 billion, 3 billion in such a slip joint? So I think, and there you see the whole process from starting with a stupid idea, a slip joint just being 2 coffee cups on top of each other, and you bring it to something offshore, and the commercial use can easily be 15 years. And that's, of course, you need some addiction to stay on top of that, and some money and some finance as well.
Yeah. Another aspect where I think there could be value for Estonia is indeed on the, and we heard that before, on the data and learning from data during operation. That's not as such your cup of tea, but indeed a lot can be gained there if you improve your operation. I've done my dance, that's an example of that. But it's indeed about maintenance, and not only on the turbine level, but also on the whole logistical part for the maintenance schedules. What is the optimum way of doing maintenance? If you have a big field, taking care, being aware of the waves and of the wind direction, how can you do that most efficient in terms of time and fuel consumption? There you can learn a lot from data. You see also people looking at the behavior of people on board of these vessels. What can we learn from that? How can we be sure and optimize the utilization of these people? So data, I think, are also extremely important. And I don't know, at Van Oort, one turbine I know has indeed 120 sensors and generates 1 terabyte of data per year. So you can learn a lot from that. What do you, during installation, what type of parameters do you monitor?
I haven't got a clue.
You have the clue. A lot is the answer.
Okay, a lot is the answer. Now, I think, you know, we're more driven than by the data we get, of course, from our equipment, because we're now investing in a vessel of 300 to 400 million. So you log more or less everything, and you log especially you try to have the preventive maintenance instead of waiting before something breaks down, because a vessel like this breaking down with a complete backlog of the on-site or the onshore operations and everything, the crew transfer vessels is about 500,000 a day. So I think, but there we see a lot of data, which is of interest, but then we're more focusing on our operations, just to have the efficient operations going in. I think the other one which just triggered me, I mean, again, if you talk about maintenance in data, don't ask TNO in the Netherlands if they have a feeling about what happens if you can't get there because there's a meter of ice. So again, try to find what are the most specific questions you have in the Gulf of Riga or at Saaremaa. Are you going to go to the turbines with a helicopter? But that's also not nice when there's ice on top of the deck. So those are the specific things. And if you start gathering data, let's say make your the fact that you're a bit behind now, make it something where you can advance towards us. If I see now, if we go to the North Sea, more or less every spot has been drilled, has been tested. We have measurements. In Saaremaa, we were the first one who made seismics, more or less. We were the first one who made real bathymetrics. I think we did find 2 boats, including one submarine. So there are a lot of surprises here in the sea. But you can learn now from what we have done, and you should really mix that with the local conditions you find over here, and to get one step ahead of us in how you develop projects, but maybe you should also think about how you develop the areas. Because everyone can go out now to the Saaremaa area or the Gulf of Riga area and develop an offshore wind farm, but we will more or less look at the same data. We all need wind data. We all need maybe some better 3D seismics giving you an impression of what's happening. And maybe that's where the government and Taltech can play a part in making that kind of data available, to make it easier for the developers to step up, but also easier for the developers to come up with specific innovations that fit Estonia, instead of trying to get the parasol in a rock bottom. So that's I think the specific on data.
Yeah. Should I maybe are some questions from the audience, or also I see it's some time running.
On behalf of the audience. Edwin, if you have some need to talk somewhere in Europe about the Estonia's case, how do you describe it? Well, definitely we are in the beginning of something, but can we describe it somehow already as a success in some terms? Then how to define its success? Where's the luck?
In 2 minutes and 25 seconds. I think that, and then I take it a bit broader, I think the Baltic Sea can become a huge success if you are able to look at it as one grid. You know, to think that 7 gigawatt can be just imported into Estonia, you know, it's nice. Every Estonian will get his free Tesla when he's born, because otherwise you can't get rid of the 7 gigawatts. But maybe that's not the way forward. I think where Estonia could really make a success, or the Baltic countries, or even the Baltic Sea countries, is to show how to build a grid and how to create opportunities for others to just connect to the grid. And that could be a connection based on On offshore wind, it could be PV, it could be whatever, but it's shown a few times already over here. You know, we need the energy in Central and East Europe, Southern Europe, and it's really, if you want to make a success of Baltic Sea offshore wind, it's focusing on what the rest of Europe needs and becoming a kind of Saudi Arabia of the wind. I'm not sure if Saudi Arabia is the best example. And supplying the rest of Europe with energy. I think that's the great challenge. And there you maybe have the chance because you start something from scratch. Yeah, if you look at the North Sea, we already have multiple offshore wind farms. If I look at the Netherlands and Germany, you know, BSH in Germany is still looking at offshore wind farms, 100 kilometer offshore, 6 next to each other, and all have a parallel line instead of making a grid. Denmark is now thinking about the energy island where you connect to different places. Well, why build an energy island if you have Saaremaa? You know, you can use it because you can make those lines. And I think to make the Baltic Sea, including Estonia, a success, try to focus on these kind of things.
Okay, thank you. There are some journalists, and I hope they got the answer and can use it.
You make it even more difficult for me today.
Okay, but definitely one part of your answer was also that it's not just about energy supply for your backyard.
No.
It's larger issue, and you always have to keep the larger picture.
I think that's then the last thing, you know, if you now look in this room, we have people from everywhere. This is not about Estonia anymore. Energy is about Europe, and maybe Northern Europe, Southern Europe, and Western Europe. But we are getting beyond. We need to think beyond our own nationalities in these kind of things.
Good. Any questions? No. Everything is clear. Thank you, gentlemen.
Welcome.
Yeah. Well. Now I would like to ask here Mr. Ken Kageyama to deliver us greetings on behalf of Sumitomo Corporation. Also because of the refreshment break, which will take place quite soon. Yes, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Can you hear me? First of all, I'd like to show my great appreciation to Estonian Wind Power Association for arranging this conference and giving us this opportunity. And to His Excellency, Japanese Ambassador, Mr. Matsumura, for attending this conference today and for supporting our business here in Estonia. This is Ken Kageyama from Sumitomo Corporation. As we are quite new to Estonia, we would like to make our introduction ourselves in next few minutes. We are Japanese trading and investment company, which belongs to Sumitomo Group. Sumitomo is a very old family name in Japan, which started its business more than 400 years ago. This is our current track record of power business. As it has been mentioned by His Excellency Mr. Matsumura, who gave opening remarks earlier today, we have long-standing track record from EPC and conventional type of IPP business, which is base of our strength and capability of renewable business. We understood infrastructure is local business. Development of infrastructure takes years. And after successful construction, the plant continue its operating for 20 to 30 years. So it has always been our philosophy to live together with the local community there. This is our global asset portfolio. Majority of our 5.7 gigawatt renewable portfolio is from offshore wind projects, as shown here. And we have partnered with local partner who know market very well or best. Our intention is to increase our contribution to new market like Estonia. And as we believe, this offshore wind project is about to live together with the local community, we would like to work together with the local people here. Why we are so keen to talk about the community? Its philosophy is coming from Sumitomo's long history. Sumitomo's origin of business was copper mining in Japan. Basic copper mines brought prosperity to Sumitomo, but also a negative effect was made. The rapid modernization of the copper mining led to deforestation and pollution of the surrounding area. Based on our belief that doing nothing about the devastation of the Beshi Mountains was against the more principles governing the universe, Sumitomo decided to restore forest and mountains. The picture above is from the era the forest has been destroyed. And below is today. Since then, benefit for self and others, private and public interests are one and the same. This has always been our philosophy. And today, our business field is much broader, as shown here. But in all the business we have, we keep the philosophy. We might not be #1 offshore wind developer of the world, but we are the company who know how to live together with the local community. We are very much looking forward to working with you in offshore wind, hydrogen, or any other business field. Now we are very happy to host the refreshment break, and which is ready outside of this hall. And I hope you enjoy Japanese drink and food and feel our culture. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. So you heard the message. If you leave this hall, then straight or left, you can find that sushi is served. Let's meet here after 10 minutes. Thank you. So please, ladies and gentlemen, find a seat for you again. You definitely can take sushi with you, you can take your coffee with you, and you can just enjoy all of this, including the company. But we have to start here with the next lecture. after a minute. I hope that you have got a bunch of good, fresh ideas from today's conference. There are some more coming. And definitely, I really hope that Terje is able to arrange the same kind of conference also next year. Then you can come back and tell us your new ideas, which we can hopefully implement here in Estonia. But anyway, here we are, again, continuing with this conference, and I'm glad to have here a guest from Poland. Mr. Paweł Przybylski is representing Siemens Gamesa Renewable Energy, and you can talk us about, let's say, the opinion and let's say the angle on behalf of this huge corporation, which we really, let's say, follow with deep interest. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So Paweł Przybylski, as it was said, I'm representing Siemens Gamesa Renewable Energy here. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. I know it's not so easy to win with the sushi fans, but hopefully there are more people here in the room, and I'm happy also that we have also the visitors online. So today I'm going to tell you a few words about our company, what we do, especially in the offshore wind business, and also a little bit how the logistics in the offshore wind look like. Starting from our company, Siemens Gamesa, well, the company was established in 2017 as a result of the merger of the carve-out asset from Siemens AG and the Spanish Gamesa. Since this time, we have also managed to take over some of the assets of Senvion, our previous German competitor. So right now, we are one of the largest wind power turbine producers in the world. As you can see on the slides, so far we have managed to install more than 106 gigawatt of the onshore turbines and 21 gigawatt of the offshore turbines, which gives us #1 in the market share globally. What is even more important, 82 gigawatt of the turbines, both onshore and offshore, are still managed by our technicians. So we have service contracts all around the world signed for the fleet of the 82 giga. About offshore fleet, I will tell you something more in a minute. Well, the company, well, we are the global company, global presence on different continents, different countries, more than 27,000 people working for Siemens Gamesa. And what is for us very important, and what you can see in the left bottom corner, the backlog, meaning the open orders in onshore, offshore, and service are around 35 billion euro, which means that we have, let's say, still a lot of work to be done in different countries. What it means for offshore. As I said, we have the 21 gigawatt of the fleet installed, mainly in Europe, mainly on the North Sea. This is, of course, historically as the countries such like the UK, Denmark, Germany, Netherlands, were the pioneers and have the highest number of the turbines on their waters. However, what is more important for future, we are still expanding our presence in all these, let's call it, mature countries, but also there are new. And it's, of course, Europe, like France, like Poland, but also what is even more important, we go finally global, and there are projects that we will install in the United States, as of now on the east side of the United States, and also projects that are in APAC region. Taiwan is very active, but also we see more and more countries from this region where Siemens Gamesa, of course, contribute to the development of the offshore wind. You know, this offshore wind, and I will show it also on the next slide, has done a very huge journey. From 1991, when the first offshore wind farm was installed close to the Danish coast, it consisted of 11 turbines, and each turbine was just 450 kilowatt capacity. Right now we sell the turbines that have 14 megawatt, and I will show you the difference in a moment. In order to cover the capacity, the demand coming from our customers, we need to have, of course, the production facilities. And what is more important nowadays, due to the fact that the size of the components is growing and we really deal with the huge elements, all those factories are to be located close to the shore. Here you see 4 examples of the factories that produce nacelles. We have also the production facilities producing the blades. We need huge areas in the harbors in order to make the production and then transportation of these components to the sites globally. Offshore technology. This slide I like. It's not a photo. It's just to show you the difference. On the right side, you see a very small turbine that shows more or less the turbine from the Windeby, the offshore wind project that I mentioned at the beginning. That was the first one installed in 1991. And the big one shows the current turbine model that we are selling, that we are promoting to our customers, 14 megawatt turbine with 2 alternative rotor diameters, 222 meter or 236. And in this, let's say, offshore world, as I said, there was a long journey because in 2006, 2007, we sold the turbines, which size was less than 4 megawatt. Also the rotors, the second number on this, let's say, on these slides, each to the next, in each box you see, this is the rotor diameter. So we started with really relatively right now small numbers, 107, 120. Now the turbines are much more 200 meters with the rotor. And these are the turbines that are, let's call it, in the prototype, what we are implementing, what we are installing right now. By the way, the first project was in the Netherlands when we started last year, is the 11 megawatt turbine with the rotor equal to 200 meters. And this is then showing how it looked like and the evolution of the platforms from Siemens Gamesa that we designed, that we produced, and that we delivered to you, our customers, over the years. Then to make it more, let's say, better or nicer for the Estonian people, here on the slide on the left side you see the one of the highest buildings in Tallinn, Swiss Hotel. By the way, I was there yesterday and had a very nice beer with some of you. And on the right side you see the transportation of the blade. That is equal to 108 meters. So the building height is 117, the blade is 108, and the new blades that we are going to sell will have 115, so almost the same height of this building. So now, passing Swiss Hotel in Tallinn, you can think, okay, now I know what is the size of the modern offshore wind turbine. The same with the nacelles. So many people say it's a heart of the turbine because the generator and electronics and all other components are inside. On the picture, you see the nacelle in our factory in Cuxhaven, Germany, and this is exactly this 11 megawatt machine. So these ones are installed right now in the Netherlands, and you see this is a huge element, 20 meters height, 20 meters width, and 14 meters height. Sorry, so long width and height. So inside you have like 3 levels. So it's of the size of a nice house, yeah, for the family. So these are the elements that we sell, and these are the turbines that we promote right now. And the future turbines, of course, will be respectively bigger. Also, what such a turbine can produce. We have one prototype that has been working since November 2021 on the Danish coast. This is, let's say, onshore side, but with a very good wind condition. That's why we do the prototype, different tests. and checks for the turbines, and we locate them there. And last year, this turbine, during 1 day and 1 night, produced 359 megawatt hour. What it means? Normally, average European family consumes around 2, maybe 3 megawatt hour per year. This turbine produced 359 during 1 day. Of course, it was the extremely good weather, meaning very good wind all over 24 hour, but anyway, it shows the let's say, the production and what just one machine can produce and deliver to the industry and to our homes. Then the process. Well, many people who have done something in onshore say, okay, offshore is kind of the bigger brother of onshore. Yes and no. On one side, the turbines are bigger, but also the process itself is much more complicated, much more complex. We have many parties involved, and due to the size of this equipment, it is really complex and long-lasting story from the production of the component, delivery to the installation harbor, then to the site, erection, commissioning, and testing. So it takes a while from the moment the turbine is produced till the moment the investor may start production of electricity. And on the next slides, you have a few examples to show the size. The turbines the components of the turbines on these photos are from the 8 megawatt turbines, so relatively low as for the current conditions. But anyway, you see how the blades are loaded on the vessels and how the nacelles are loaded in order to avoid lifting operations, to minimize the cost and also time of the whole process. We very often use the Ro-Ro vessels in order to put the nacelles on special vehicles, and then through the ramp in the harbor they can be put on the vessel, and later on, of course, delivered to the installation harbor. I think in Estonia we are still ahead of the discussion where such installation harbor can be placed. However, there were some announcements from Utilitas that they are in discussion with Paldiski, so port near Tallinn, that in future potentially such a installation harbor could be placed here. So, well, when we have such an installation harbor, then we need to, of course, put the turbines together. We build the tower and then installation vessel, and it was mentioned by the colleagues from Van Oord, who costs around 300,000 to 500,000 euro per day, comes to the harbor. We put this equipment on this vessel, and then the vessel goes to the site to install the turbines. So this installation process is very complex, and just in time is very important to avoid delays, because every delay costs us a lot of money. Once the turbine is on the vessel, it comes to the site. The tower is installed on the foundation that was installed before. Then we put nacelle, this big house that I presented before, on the top of the tower, and then blades. Right now, due to the size of the blades, due to the safety requirements, we put one single blade in horizontal position to the nacelle, and then once the turbine is ready, other team can come, start all the tests, all the checks, commissioning, and when a certain stability period, when the turbines start working, is through, the investor may enjoy production of the electricity. So this was all for today from my side. Thank you very much for your attention. I will need to leave soon because of my flight, but I will still be a few minutes there. So if you have any questions, I am happy to answer them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do you have any questions for Pavel? You showed us this evolution of turbines. Perhaps you can uncover a bit the knowledge of product development of your company. What will be next? How far can we go? what would be the future dimensions of wind turbine and the capacity?
Well, I cannot do this, but I can try to reply very generally. 5 years ago, we were not aware that these days we will promote and sell the turbines of this size that we have right now. So 14, 15 megawatt machine with the rotors with the size of 236 meters. So, well, it is hard to judge. Of course, there is kind of the limit. It will depend not only on us, but also on the whole supply chain, because following the huge size of the turbine, also the foundation needs to be bigger. The vessels, very important part of that. The harbors, they need to be prepared to accommodate even bigger equipment. So it's hard to judge, but of course we can imagine that due to the fact there is a kind of the permanent race and permanent design and development of the technology, we can expect that something new pop up. And if there is similar event next year or in 2 years, then maybe we will be able to say something more about that.
Is there somewhere, let's say, natural limit that it's not an idea to go up into the clouds with your turbine?
Honestly, I don't know, but when we speak to administration, also what we did in Estonia, and they ask us, okay, tell us more or less for the permits, for the different administrative decisions, what we should put, I say always be generous. Why? Because we know from different markets that sometimes this development of the project takes really long. And if you put the limits that are from your perspective today, quite okay, but the development of the turbine production will go really fast, then it may happen that these limits will be too small for the up-to-date machines. So therefore, if somebody asks me, okay, what rotor size we should put in the permits, then I say, be generous, let's do 300. The tip height, meaning the highest, let's say, point, let's say the height of the turbine, do 350, because it's hard for us to judge what will come and when. And also we know that from the history, I know many offshore projects that were delayed, and I don't know if I know even one that was accelerated. So that's why to be on the safe side, it's better to have the assumption that something will be bigger. If anyway it's still smaller, then it's not a problem to fit it in, but a different story can make problems, and we know it from real cases from other countries that sometimes simply the developers, the investors were limited to something that was not completely up to date.
Okay, any questions here? One question, yes please.
We don't have time.
Just a question, you see, not about the size of the wind turbine, just about increasing number of required wind turbines. When we look to the actual situation, for example, in Germany, there are 8 gigawatt installed, but according to the new, let's say, governmental decisions, in principle, every year 8 gigawatts needs to be installed. Yeah. So how will you cope with that massive increase in required wind turbines?
So it's a good point. Thanks for this question. So nowadays, globally, excluding China, we have like 4 or 5 gigawatt of offshore installation, the whole market. And we expect in a few years to be 15, and then another few years to reach 30. Of course, the turbines are getting bigger, so it is not just the multiplication 1-to-1. But anyway, you are right, there will be much more. So we simply need to plan it accordingly. We hire people for sales, we hire people for offshore execution. We need to have more experts for our service activities. And of course, sooner or later, we will need to think about expansion of our production capacities in order to fulfill the demand. What is also coming is that we will be somehow selective. Then for us, it will be easier somehow to choose with whom we go, depending on the, I don't know, risk profile, profitability, reliability of the customer. So it all will matter in near future.
Very good. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Pavel Przybylski.
Thank you very much.
he's leaving soon to the airport, so if someone would like to exchange the visit cards, then hurry. Now we can continue with another huge company, Vestas Northern and Central Europe, and Jana Kurkpõld will have the floor. Jana, please.
Hello and good afternoon from my side. My name is Jana Kurkpõld, and firstly, head Tartu rahu aastapäeva. Hope you're all celebrating. As already mentioned, I am from Vestas Northern and Central Europe. I work in sales, and I do have to put a disclaimer in here. I do work on the onshore part. So I think Pavel is the right person to answer all offshore related questions. I can only smile and nod on to that. I primarily focus on the Nordic markets, as mentioned, Finland, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, and Estonia as well. And I have to say that it is my great pleasure to be here, second year in a row, and I'm happy to see that this conference is only growing. That shows how important the topic is at the time that we live. Today I want to talk to you about two things mainly. Firstly, Vestas and Estonia, and how to tie these two things together into one sentence. And secondly, I would like to give you a brief industry update from Vestas' point of view. So, when I started in Vestas in 2016, then Estonia was not on the map of Vestas, to say the least. I was rather surprised because Estonia is the center of the universe, isn't it? I was proven wrong, and when applying a little bit of logic and common sense, I did realize that having 1.3 million people is probably a small piece in a greater and bigger part of the world. Also, it was quite obvious because there was no large tenders ongoing. The latest tender, I think, that was happened somewhere in 2012, 2013. I think some of you here know that better. And basically, it was quite silent. There were a couple of second-hand Vestas turbines, but there's a different life and different story with these turbines. However, the things were about to change somewhere in the end of 2020 and the beginning of 2021. So basically, we started looking into the market again. We did some preparation works, and we can happily say that it actually proved to be a good idea. And as of summer last year, we now have Vestas company, Vestas Estonia Oy, established. So that's quite a good achievement, I would say. And further to that, we also have currently 2 wind farms under construction, and I think both of them have been mentioned in here today earlier. You saw some videos of turbines arriving to Paldiski Harbor, and you saw some anchor cages that we delivered earlier in the end of last year, I think it was. So I think it's quite impressive. So all in all, this year, right now, under construction, we have 60 megawatts in Estonia, which increases the installed wind energy capacity by 20% approximately. And of course, there's more to come, so we know that it's moving on. And to add on to that, last year I think I got a question whether we're planning to have some local establishment or how about local jobs. And I can happily announce that we have already hired 2 local service technicians in Estonia, and we are looking into more. So definitely there will be local jobs created with wind energy. As I mentioned, I'm mainly focusing on onshore, but I know that many of you in here are looking into offshore, so I think I have to talk about it a little bit. And what I do want to mention is that looking into the Baltic Sea area, we know there's great potential there. I think there was 90 gigawatts mentioned somewhere in one of the studies. And having that in mind, I can happily tell you that Vestas just recently announced that we will open an offshore nacelle factory in Poland, Szczecin. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Try to have 8 letters and 6 consonants in one word. So by the end of 2024, we should have a factory opened in Poland, which is planned to produce our flagship offshore turbine, which is V236, which is the rotor diameter, 15 megawatt as a generator capacity. And to add on to the success story, what you can see there on the right hand, this is Österild Test Center in west coast of Denmark that also Pavel was talking about. It basically is a test center for all large turbines. And we installed this turbine Christmas last year. It also produced its first kilowatt hour. So now this turbine goes into the testing and trials and so forth. And in the lower photo, you can see how this nacelle is driving out from the factory. And I would like to draw your attention to the lower part of the photo. And I think you can see a gentleman standing in front of it. So that should put things into perspective, how big this thing is. And I know Pavel mentioned that it's the size of a house. I can agree to that, and I think it's considerably larger than the first apartment I used to live when I moved out first time on my own. So the dimensions are great. Yes, and having the close vicinity of the factory, I think this is exactly meant to serve the Baltic offshore wind farms. Normally, you don't want to have things in your backyard. This factory, I think this crowd wants to have in their backyard. And I call that our backyard. So that was about Vestas and Estonia. And secondly, a little bit about the industry update. I already last year showed you that photo a little bit, so I'm not gonna stay too long on this one. But I think we all know that there is a need for more renewable energy. There's no doubt in that. And last year, the main need was driven by the climate change and climate crisis. But this year, there's an additional layer that has been added, and that is the security of supply. And what the Russian aggression that started on 24th of February last year has put many things into a different perspective, I would say. So there's several layers why we need to act and why we need to act now. A little bit more about the potential. And here on the left hand, I would like to, it's basically the graph that shows the world total energy consumption in 2020. And what you can see there is that wind energy created or was only 1% of the total energy production. And it is expected that this is to increase tremendously. On the right hand, you have many different scenarios. Depending on which scenario we choose, you can see the different scale of how much more renewable energy or wind energy we need. But if we look at the net zero corresponding to the 1.5 degree scenario, then according to calculations, we need, going forward from now until 2050, we need around 400 gigawatts of wind energy installations per year. That includes onshore and offshore. This is massive. This is seriously massive. And as of today, we have installed around 0.7 terawatts as of today, global numbers. And now I would have a question to the audience. So, trivia question. What's the maximum amount that the industry has annually installed wind energy per year? So the the absolute maximum per year that we have installed. Not Vestas, but wind industry. How many gigawatts? 7? 25? 100? 108. Very good, very good. Well, not too far away, in 2020, it was a record year, 93 gigawatts installed per year. 2022 numbers I haven't seen yet, so we're too close into the year. But this is 4 times less than what we are projecting we need annually. And I think that you have realized that we have a bit of a gap there. How do we do that, and how do we go forward? So I think one of the things is quite obvious as well. At the beginning of this wave, onshore is more mature. So at the beginning, the focus is more on onshore, but the more forward or closer we get to 2030, the more we start talking about offshore, and the offshore wave is coming. And one of the things that we see is that there's going to be a very, very high demand, of course, not only for turbines, but the whole infrastructure around it, the full supply chain, cranes, transportation, cables, you name it. So we need to invest heavily into making that possible and making that happen. And these changes are not happening overnight. So I think we have a lot of work to do, to put it short. Yes, and a little bit about the challenges as well, because the potential is there, but we have a lot of challenges, and I think I heard many people talking about it today as well. You're probably sick and tired of COVID, so let's skip that. But you also might have seen a lot of footages of this vessel being misplaced in Suez Canal. You might know, might not know, depending on how close you are to the transport sector, but it wasn't only about one vessel being misplaced. It caused a whole domino effect to the whole transportation sector, which had huge cost implications, huge delays in harbors, port of discharge, port of loading, so forth and so back. So these challenges, we were still trying to come through and trying to cope with these. And then the next challenges arose at the beginning of last year. The war that started completely disrupted every normal behavior that we had seen. So basically, I think in Estonia, we know there was, or is 25% inflation, has a huge impact on everything. A tremendous fuel price increase impacts heavily transportation prices. Steel prices skyrocketed. All other raw materials that you can use in a wind turbine also skyrocketed. So basically, we had a crazy increase of costs, and that also resulted that the turbine prices increased tremendously as well. At the same time, it's quite interesting to see that as of today, all wind turbine suppliers are losing money. I hope you see it the same way as I do, but we have a huge challenge in front of us. We need to invest heavily into new factories and improve the future value chain, and at the same time we're losing money. So there's a bit of a mismatch, and it's a bit of contradictory. So this is the gap that we're trying to come through, and this is something that we need to figure out how to do things better and smarter in the future. Also, one of the things that has come to the surface during these times is that I think that the whole industry needs a little bit of a mentality change and an understanding that driving down prices as we used to do in the past is actually counterproductive. Because this way, I mean, there's a lot of reasons, but most importantly, quality will be affected, and secondly, it will hinder our own future if we don't have resources to invest into future developments. So there's a little bit of thinking to be done. Lastly, I would like to talk a little bit about the future and the market dynamics that we see are going on the market. So firstly, we believe that there will be very strong focus and much more focus on strong alliances to overcome these uncertainties that we talked about. So if in the past we were more on a transactional relationship, so to say, then in the future it becomes about finding the right partners and partnering up for the future challenges. It's maybe a little bit like the relationship that when you go out for a date, it's going to be fun. But if you're trying to find a partner for life, you're going to try to choose very carefully who you want to commit to. And you can bring the same reflection probably into business relationships as well. Secondly, we see that there's a huge need for increased or integrated solutions, power to X, batteries and things as such, because renewable energy is great, but it does need something next to it, or it's better this way. And thirdly, we also see that there will be a redefinition of investment value of renewable energies. If traditionally it has been a business of NPV, LCOE, and IRR, then there will be more focus on other elements as well, such as recyclable blades, green steel, because the turbine itself, it is great, it is producing renewable energy, but it currently is also a heavy machinery, and we need to look into that part of the business as well. As well as we also know that the value of money or value of energy is not the same at every hour. So there will be some twists and tweaks that we see coming up for the business cases as such as well. So with these three thoughts about the future, I would like to leave. And I'm going to say thank you very much. And I hope that we'll meet behind the scenes as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please do not leave yet. Do we have any question? Yes, microphone here, please. Siia esimesse ritta.
Thank you, Jana. I remember last year you pushed up a very nice idea about the molecules and electrons, and you said Vestas is going to develop the unit to be glued to the top of the wind turbine. Mm-hmm. What is the progress in this field, as we know that we can't put so much copper lines via sea. Instead, we can just use one pipeline. And hydrogen backbone is a fantastic idea. More than 30 European countries are already connected to this idea, to this big project. What is the Vestas development in this field? And I have another question as well about the circular economy. In Estonia, we have plenty, not so plenty, some wind farms which should be replaced. How can we manage to do that, to put away 3 megawatts wind turbines, what to do with the foundations, the concrete, what to do with the blades? Have you any idea? Have Vestas having some good ideas on that? Thanks.
Thank you very much for the question or questions, very good questions. Maybe I start with the second half, the circularity, and I would say that repowering, there is a lot of talks about repowering globally overall, because as we know, the old turbines, I mean, we have much more efficient machines available right now. The thing is that there is a lot of work right now in Vestas, as well as in Siemens, to work on blade recyclability. So this is actually one of the key focuses right now in sustainability area. And that is I think we have, I can't remember the year right now, but I think around 2030, there's a commitment to have actually a solution ready for it. So there's a lot of tests, there's a lot of cooperation between the industry in order to improve in that end. However, I also have to be transparent that the wind turbines that were produced before that time, they still have the blade recyclability challenge. So that challenge we haven't fixed. There is focus to look into it, but I don't think there is a solution yet. But at least what I can tell is that the focus is at the right place. So that's for sure. Yeah. And regarding the modular design, meaning the Inventus platform that we are working on, well, that's I think that the developments are good. The offshore turbine that I showed before, that is also part of this modular platform. It had then a cell, and then it had its side ships on the side. So I would consider that as a good progress. And regarding Power-to-X developments, I can't comment on that too much, because I think I would say that I would need to find a colleague who can support me on that topic a little bit more. Yeah.
But would you like to make a speculation what might be the dimensions of the biggest possible turbine, definitely made by Vestas?
Would you like to make a speculation? Is a good start for a question. But I would not like to make a speculation, but I would say that sky is the limit. So we also recommend our customers to be generous with their permits and not to tie themselves into a certain dimension if possible. But let's see. There are various opinions, and I think that when Vestas V136 came out, then I heard a couple of older colleagues saying that this is the limit. Now that's it. And then a couple of years passed by, and we came out with V150, and then V162, and then V172. These are onshore turbines then. And then we have today the offshore V236.
Yes.
So there's been a lot of speculations, and that's why I refrain myself from it right now.
But do you also see some kind of competition between the different producers to bring bigger and bigger turbines?
Absolutely. I think this is the healthy competition that keeps you up on your toes and makes sure that you do better and better. So if we would be there alone, I think we would develop, but probably not with the same speed. But let's say that also the speedy development, it has its limits. And I think that at the beginning of 1979, when we all started, then it took, let's say, 10 years to bring a new turbine to the market. And then we went forward with such speed that at one point the time between different products was around 1.5, 2 years, which is a very short time. With that time, you nearly get first serial production running when you already have another one that is popping up. And that probably is accelerating too much. And then you need to realize where is the border and take it maybe a little bit slower and make sure that you do all the steps of the processes, you have the quality in place. The quality is extremely important.
Always. Thank you very much for
Thank you very much.
Now let's continue with the last topic of today, which is called education and community. You see, Estonian Wind Power Association chose 2 regional vocational schools as its partners in starting the education of a wind turbine technician. And school in Pärnu has already started with the training, and school in Kuressaare in Saaremaa plans to serve more marine wind parks. Both schools have the strong support on behalf of local entrepreneurs as well as the local municipality. And it is a completely new direction of education, definitely in Estonia. Therefore, it is important to keep motivation on a very high level to go on in a good speed. So we asked these 2 schools to share their initial experience with us, and Neeme Randi is the headmaster at Kuressaare Regional Training Center. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to step on such an important conference. Thank you, Terry, for invitation. We've heard a lot of interesting presentations during the day, and I didn't find any link or not much link to the vocational education. And we heard a lot of presentation about the investments, about developments, about new projects in the engineering. But by the end of the day, on the side of the developers and the engineers, we need also the craftsmen or qualified labor who will keep it running through the life period. And I'm representing here the vocational education, and I'm here to convince you in either that by 2025, Kuressaare will become the center of offshore technician training. Why? Little facts about vocational education establishment, what I'm representing. We have around 100-year experience in curricular development, and we are owned by Ministry of Education, like 95% of vocational education driven by ministry. We have around 850 students in initial vocation training, and we're dealing a lot with the companies, with the unemployment office, and with the people themselves in continuous vocational education. Approximately 700 during the year. Okay, it's dropped a little bit down in the COVID period, but now it's climbing up again. And what is little bit untypical, as we're locating on island, we're serving the 18 different curricular groups. That's if we could be on the island, then my boss slightly cut almost the half of these curriculums. He'd like to. And most or all of these 18 curricular groups are accredited on the maximum period. It's meaning 6 years. 25% of our students coming from other region. It's meaning that we're serving not only the regional entrepreneurs and companies, but also the companies outside of Saaremaa. We're working in the 2 campuses with 115 members of the staff. Our main activities are divided by 5 different fields, and energy is not including in this portfolio yet. But during the 100 years, we have been quite eager to the new developments, and after the Second World War, we moved quite to the agriculture, and I have been more than 30 years in the business, and on one of the graduate ceremonies in the beginning of 90s, I awarded the certificates to more than 70 farmers and people who were engaged in agriculture. Now we doesn't teach any field of agriculture in my college. In millennium-based, the old captains came to me, and they were eager to continue the old knowledge of the islanders to build the boats. It was craft of the wooden boats from the history. We then opened the boat building new curriculum, but now it's changed to the small vessel building, and some of them they are specialized to the aluminium, some of them specialized to the different composite technologies, and I can bring a lot of this kind of the examples how we has been partner for the local entrepreneurs or need from the local municipalities. First steps in the wind sector. It's brand new for us, new development. In the May of 2021, association asked us to the first vision seminar in Paldiski. Then during the beginning of last year, then association, we passed the assessment process by the association, and Pärnu and Kuressaare were picked up through this process, and they also visited us with practically 2 times, inspected our campuses. In June, July, together with the Kuressaare Taltech College, we were involved in development of Saare County development strategy. And in August, the first draft of the project plan for European Social Fund of the offshore technician training in Saaremaa were settled. And I hope in the boost of ministry, it will be presented in the deadline, what came in August this year. And in January, we were invited with a delegation with the association to Scotland. And now we are here. What's our next steps? We should submit the project with the application by the August this year. Our plan is to have the new facility in our Rupa campus with 600 square meters, by equipped it with the necessary training materials, and also we're seeking it might be necessary to become the GBO training provider. Of course, in this project should be included activities in career guidance and workshop to introduce renewable energy and solution for the students in basic school and gymnasium level, and maybe also not in Saaremaa, but also on the mainland, because if we should graduate 60 students per year in 2027, 2028, then we should attract the people from other regions also. And maybe also some activities, and by our plans now, the first call for the 2 years course on level 5 will be on September 2025. But of course, in initial vocation training, we have also some plans. As we have the training license in a small vessel building, we could teach different composite technologies. Maybe it could be useful for some companies who are dealing with a blade prepare. We can prepare together with our IT managers and students, maybe some modules using VR and AR. Of course, we can go on with safety training offshore and working with the heights, and also with the GBO trainings. Because if in a 10 years period, it's planned in Saaremaa more than 10,000 new jobs were created, then it's quite clear that the training base should be quite close on where the labor force will be located. It's no idea to travel to Tallinn or to North Estonia to pass the half-day training course. That's it from my side. We are welcome to be your partner in lifelong learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Neeme.
Was it too short?
It was perfect. You know, I know you 4 years, and I am glad seeing the development in your school. And thank you for that. But do we have any questions regarding vocational training in Kuressaare? Yes, there is a question.
I'm Tomasz Lisiecki from Poland. I cooperate with vocational schools in Poland, and they have also some plans regarding this area. And I'm asking you about crew transfer vessels, any plans regarding trainings, how to get to the turbines, the packs. That's my question, right?
I hope our students will be involved in this process, but we have quite great company in Saaremaa, this Baltic Workboats. Now they changed the name, I guess. They merged together with the one Finnish company. And I hope they will develop the necessary equipment for this business on onshore area.
Mm-hmm. Okay, another question was here.
So hello, Allar from Inspirators. It's not a question, it's rather a comment. I have worked and hired people from your school in the past, and I must say that the level of skill is well, really on high level. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And definitely we need to keep an eye on what's going on in Ukraine, because I think that young people from Ukraine might come also to have some training in Kuressaare.
Can I make one comment?
Yes.
We have 850 students, but 500 of them are in our age here in auditorium. Only 350 are, we call young after primary education. That's warm welcome. We are the lifelong learning education institution.
That's important comments. Thank you for that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Aitäh.
We continue with the introduction of the Okay, it seems that I have lost the connection with sound. So, Tea Tammeleht Abraham, Head of Development Department of Pärnumaa Vocational Training Center, is ready to give the presentation.
Thank you very much for the great opportunity to be here. And I will really try to keep short because a lot of people look very tired. But hello all from my side. I am Tea, and I'm coming from Pärnumaa Kutsehariduskeskus, one of Estonia's leading vocational training school. We are located in the country's summer capital of Pärnu. And I am here to give you an overview of the current situation at the training in our school. So our organization mission has always been to empower the workforce with knowledge and skills for working life and further studies, while working closely with companies to offer competent and employable talent. So this is our school in numbers. Our school has 2 study departments, technical and services. Both departments have a great variety of different curriculums. Actually, we have 48 to be precise. We also have business and welding and beauty and all these kind of, but right now these ones which are in the bold are the most important. Besides vocational studies, the school has an adult education department which also offers adult learners a wide range of courses. One of Pärnumaa Kutsehariduskeskus priorities is to develop and encourage lifelong learning for individuals while improving the skills, knowledge, and quality of workforce for companies. So how did our journey begin? In an age of AI and robots, we still need humans to maintain wind turbines and allied systems. Last school year, 2022, the Estonian Wind and Power Association visited many vet schools in Estonia in search of training and support partners. Our school officially met the association for the first time in last February 2022. Once they made their decision in May, we have been unstoppable. So we set ourselves 4 goals. Step 1, start with an adult training course on wind energy. Step 2, find the right partners. Here I would like to thank Empower for Wind, especially Tanel Kutser and Kalle Mätas, who have helped us out and come in as a guest lecturers for the adult training course. Their rich industry knowledge and hands-on experience with wind energy has been a great support for us. At this topic, it's relatively new for all of us in our school. Step 4, we applied and received for the grant. And step 4, we began the outsearch and advertisement campaign to build awareness about the course, starting with the school website, LinkedIn, social media, and more. We also worked very closely together with Pärnumaa Development Center and, of course, the Wind and Power Association. To be honest, initially we didn't have any students. But once the word got out, the advertising and other channels, we had a queue of candidates clamoring to join the course. So this picture is actually taken by our teachers. So as you can see on the slide, we had finally 60+ candidates who applied for the course. The course length is 3 months because this course is held on Fridays and Saturdays, so students from all over Estonia could join. Utilizing the ESF funds, we were able to accept 14 students, and from our own funds, we added +2. The key requirements for these courses was that willingness to work at heights, outdoor conditions. The work requires physical endurance and technical competencies, oral expression skills in English, category B driving license, computer skills, minimum basic education, and the most important, what is the motivation for joining that course? So practical training is on site at the wind turbines. Installation is done between January and March 2023. And the practice locations are at Virumaa and Läänemaa. Training is done in groups of 2. Average student age is 39, and our youngest participant is age of 21, and the oldest one is age of 42. And 11 of the students have either vet or technical education. The course participant will gain the following competences after graduation: methods and technologies of bolted and welded connections, mechanical measuring devices and tools for tightening mechanical connections, reducers and other mechanical power transmissions. Reducers and other mechanical power transmission, which I already said, and so on. So this is the most important slide. We will launch soon in 1-year course in wind energy, which we are planning to do at the beginning of September 2023. For a formal educational course, we have started a new curriculum group, wherein we have involved the educational ministry and players from the industry like Kuressaare Ametikool, Utilitas, Enefit Green, Empower for Wind, the Estonian Wind and Power Association, and so on. All the above are helping us with the inputs for the curriculum in order to raise the bar to the topmost standards, in order to have the highest level of professional graduate from our intensive wind energy course. In order to gain expertise and experience, we have visited wind parks in Scotland to better understand their operational challenges and conditions, along with other wind energy enthusiasts. We have had open dialogues with different schools in Holland and Denmark. We are open for the cooperation with companies, schools, organizations in Europe and globally in relations in wind energy. So what's for next? We are planning to apply to centers of vocational excellence. This policy priorities supporting reforms in the wet sector, ensuring high-quality skills and competencies. The initiative also supports the implementation of the European Green Deal, the new digital strategy, research projects, creating knowledge and innovation hubs, as well as supporting entrepreneurial initiatives on their learners. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tia. Do we have questions about Pärnu vocational training and the future of wind technicians in Pärnu? Everything
is clear.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now we have to somehow close the conference. And I think the best person to do it is definitely Terje Talv, who actually is, let's say, made this all possible. So Terje, you did it again. Thank you very much. And with Terje Talv, who is CEO of Estonian Wind Power Association, we greet also young generation Mariel Lepik, student in TalTech.
Can we sit down?
The floor belongs to you.
Oh, what a day. So, Mariel, how was your day?
Oh, it was a very interesting day. So much information, like 6 hours, speeches, a lot of information.
If we go back to the morning with what was like really long time ago, I think it was like ages ago, but we started with Estonia and the understanding that, I ask you, do you think does Estonia has this opportunity to fulfill our goals about green energy, with wind especially?
Yeah, of course. We have wind, and we must use this as much as possible. And we get to know that today that especially we have demand in middle of Europe. So yeah, we definitely need wind energy.
I have a son. It's not anyhow related to this topic, but I have a son. He's 15. And part of growing up is that he has to do his own laundry. So he will be using the washing machine every Sunday. But he has a system. He only washes the clothes that he thinks he needs next week. So I don't know why, but I kind of remember this fact all day today. I don't know how it's related to Estonia or grid connection, but it's just a fact. So, but if you are going a little bit further, then there was part of your alma mater, I mean TalTech.
Yeah.
So are you proud to Ivo and all this presentation and what you are doing in the university?
Yeah, I'm first year master student, so I've gone like 1 semester yet. I feel that we have lots of related like study lines related to sun, but we talk very little to wind energy yet. Maybe it's coming.
I'm pretty sure it's coming because in December there is like 8 hours of solar time in Estonia, but a lot of wind is in Estonia. In the literature, have you ever heard that Estonia is the sunny place? No. Estonia is the windy place. So you have to believe what is written in the books.
Yeah, like we have so much subjects that are related to like solar energy. But yeah, for my taste, it's too few we talk about wind energy.
Yeah, there is places to go in the wind energy. So, hello, Eva. Nice to see you still. You're still there. So, but when we move further, there was a little peekaboo to the artificial intelligence. So it's a little bit scary, you know, the AI will take over the world, but I think it's quite useful in green energy. So we can produce more electricity with the same machines.
Definitely we must be used.
Yeah, absolutely. And then was like the deep view at the grid connection. And for me, the main understanding was that Estonia is not alone. And we have to be connected all Baltic Sea, and also we have to be connected to the Central Europe. So our electricity is much needed. And we maybe can sell it to them so we can keep the money. Yeah.
We must be, how to say, we must be more focused to find solutions and alternatives, and less to like our last no.
It has been a long day, I agree. So after that, we visited a little bit of, what was it? Then was it the grid connection was the connection with the Europe, and then we visited the highest wind generators. So they are quite tall. So I really love this picture Pavel showed, that there was the small wind turbine and the current turbine. So I think we don't need much turbines. They are so big, so it will be fewer but bigger.
Yeah.
So, and at the end of the day, still really important was the local communities and colleges. So yeah, we need, of course, the labor force for all these wind parks in Estonia. So, but all together, what is your view? Do you think you are studying the right thing in Estonia, in the TalTech right now?
Yeah, of course.
So I have, thank you, Marielle, I have a little announcement. If you watched us today, then Estonia is middle of the election season. Did you see any political party today? No, it was my gift to you. You're welcome. So, but it's still really, really important. So I invite you all in 16th of February. There will be a big political debate about wind energy. And I have to say that there will be some ministers, Minister of Finance, Ministry of Economics, and all other political parties will be included. The information is Fienta, the same place where was this conference. So please come and ask all the cool questions. And also there is a webinar, upcoming webinar. So we are open every month one topic about Estonian offshore. So and this month is about environment impact assessment. So thank you. And what can we say? That see you next year in Tallinn.
Yeah, see you next year.
Thank you.
Thank you. The last data-based fact which I can bring out is that the results from November last year survey show that Estonian people support wider introduction of wind energy. And the largest support is definitely for offshore wind farms. So the study commissioned by Enefit Green shows that 80% of Estonians are in favor of building offshore wind farms, and 74% support the wider use of onshore wind energy. And the biggest supporters of wind energy are definitely young people aged from 15 to 24, with as much as 88% being in favor of offshore wind farms. So you see very clear tendency. We can say clearly that the future belongs to wind energy. Thank you for being us today. Have a safe way back home and definitely safe way back here to the conference next year. All the best. Thank you.